Hello and welcome back, everybody. You join me on the new train line that goes and picks up tourists from the customs and brings them back to the town. Runs to both customs houses that we've got hooked up right now, so that's kind of nice. Did notice a mistake there that I just, while we were going by it. So last stream, internet decided to die on me, but it's a thing. So a bit got cut out. So let's go through what I added a bit here. Move the poo dumping system over here. So there's a bunch of these that are not hooked up, just one right now. But I figured we'll start implementing that. So you can see it comes down here, grabs this. Also grabs the ones from the construction area here. Just to keep it a little more convenient and not running right through the middle of town everywhere. And then we'll get rid of these because they're basically polluting too much is the problem with them. So that was the next step, is to start getting these all hooked up to run over there. Which with this first one, we should be able to just cut one of them and then we can run it over there. But let's get the first pipe ran over the other way first here. We're here. That looks pretty straight. Was it straight is the real question, though. Yep, it was straight. Cool. And we'll just cut this guy here. I know, somebody ran into something in the neighborhood. And so with their car and took out the internet. So it was gone for the day. And I was like, I don't know, 30 minutes later or something. I'm like, oh, there's a big red thing on OBS. What's going on? So at that point, I kind of just faffed about doing little things around. Not really doing a whole lot. All right, that'll get that going. And then we can delete this one. Kaboom. And then once that's one's done, we'll delete the second one. We didn't need that much capacity as I thought we would there. And then this one can be ran over this way as well. And these two as well. And that will start to get rid of some of the pollution issues we're having, which is a little bit, not a whole lot, but some. Unhappiness still tends to be a thing. There's just not much you can do when there's 4,000 people in the building and a crime happens. They're all going to get mad about it. So what else do we do? Oh, I filled in the little lake here and made a sports park. So we've got some volleyball courts. We've got some basketball courts. We've got, you know, all the things. Gave them another house of culture here. I don't remember if the cabaret was here or not, but it is now. There's cinema here. So they have very culture options. We've got the Palace of Communism over here. More cinemas. Like, there's all kinds of availability of things for them, but we'll see if that lets it tick up or not. And I was watching a worker, and what happens is they tick up right at the end of their day on their happiness. So if you watch this guy, he's got everything fulfilled. And so we'll wait till the end of his working day. He's over here working at the Pine Street, and then he goes to his free time. And his happiness ticks down one at the middle of the day. Now you notice something. Still hasn't started his free time yet. Still hasn't started his free time yet. One of these days he might start his free time. Still hasn't started yet. There he goes, finally. So he's gonna go get food. He's going to the small store. Looks like he picked a fairly far away store, which isn't the greatest for his time. Now he's waiting in line, it looks like. Okay, there he got his food. All right, so he's at 10 out of 16 hours. Now he's going to want to go to a pub. And maybe he'll get there in time. Yeah, it looks like he did. But if you look at his happiness here, so it went down all the way to 56 before he got his fulfillment. And now it's up to 61, so he got 1 point. So basically, if any person misses one thing in their, daily happiness routine, they really take a big hit for it. And so if they get in line somewhere and they can't get into the place quick enough, so that's why this is so hard to get to recover back up. Is all 4,200 of these people have to manage to get their life together and be able to do their things. So what else they do? Oh, added another farm down here. It's a lot of these new stallonets. I haven't figured out if we got the ratio right yet or not, but you'll notice a lot more of the farms are being harvested or sown or fertilized all at once. So basically it upped our production by a lot on the crops just because we've got more tractors and more harvesters going around. I still don't think we've topped out on the number that are needed. So I've kind of been watching the harvesters because I think we might have too many. Like, can't really see them in these farms, but they're parked in here. So if you hover over them, you see that there's quite a few harvesters kind of chilling at any given time and almost no tractors ever. So I was thinking we might dump about half of the harvesters and make them into tractors. And we've got the dump here being filled with bio waste by a distribution office. I think it's this one. You'll notice this is empty now. Yay! And the old dump is gone. So we finally got this going well enough that it's keeping everything pushed through. We've caught up on all the trash. Oh, apparently plastic waste got pushed in here somehow. That's not good. I forgot to set this only to mixed waste. And let's see. Let's find a guy. There, now they won't put plastic waste in there anymore. It's because this was backed up and full for a bit until we got a truck that could sell it at the border over here. So he's probably going to take a full 6.5 tons and he's going to shove it in here and have it burnt, I guess. This is all ash, though. Nope, there's our new train going to grab tourists from here, too, when they're there. There he goes. So he's probably going to just burn that, I'm guessing, is what he's doing. Yep. which is wasteful, but it's easier than trying to stop it from going in here, so it's fine. There. All gone. We've got a bit of metal scrap, bit of construction waste. We're just selling that at the border when it fills up right now. So that's kind of handled at this point with these two small incinerators, so that's good. Income-wise, take a look at last month here. We had 43,000 on the Soviet side, and we had 85,000 on the US or NATO side. 403,000 in Soviet tourists, 88,000 in Western tourists. We imported 200,000 worth of vehicles, so why this number's so low. And then we had another 200,000 of imported resources of various types and sources. We were importing a little bit of food. We've been having off and on problems getting workers in here all the time. I think we've got that solved pretty much now. This is starting to pick back up, and we shouldn't be importing any more food right away. This whole section's all rebuilt with nicer homes. Went back in here and kind of redid this section a bunch, so now we've got these nice little looking block houses in here. And they provide more workers to come to here, which is where we were struggling. Because this pulls our food workers and our construction workers both, so there's a bit of struggle there. I think I snagged workers for here for something too. What was it for here? Maybe not. Yes. These guys come down here and work at the cow yards. For the meat. The cow yards. The synthetic meat factory is what it is. This is the tofurkey factories. Started getting this built finally, so we have the terminal. We've got our control tower, which, okay, these guys are unspecified, so some of them should come up here. I believe they can reach there just fine, right? No, they cannot. Oh, why not? What's wrong with you guys? About if we shortcutted this a bit. There we go. Now they can get there. And then, did we put any? No, we didn't. No, we didn't. Okay. Thankfully, we left a switch here. Let's get them some drinking water. Mammy. Mammy. That should work. No. We are winning. At least now my internet's back on, we're winning. We are getting water for our glorious comrades that work the airport control tower that's being built, so. That can do, and that can do, and throw a crappy footpath into it there. Okay. And then they need a boot pipe, which could be able to attach to right over here somewhere. Oh, we forgot a separate one. Whoops. snip. Probably should make that fairly high priority because that's where the sewage from these guys' workers come from. So you can, but it generally won't work the way you think it would. What they'll do is they start their day, right? So let's take Pan Pavel Rusalanovic here. He's currently on his working shift, so he's walking to his work, right? Let's see if we can find one that's like at the end of their shift, maybe. You look like you are. Nope. Anybody on there, like, goddamn, you all are working today, huh? There we go, there was one. Well, we'll let this one's free time run out, and then you can go through a day in the life of the worker, right? Oh my god, jittery boy, what's going on with you? There we go. Smooth it out, smooth it out. Alright, so we're at the end of his free time. He's sitting at home watching the TV or the radio, right? Now, if we wait till the working shift here, what will happen is they go to a random place to work. So he's decided he wants to work at the courthouse. And they walk there, or they will take a bus there. The problem is they won't go, like in your setup, they won't go to that bus station that you're talking about and then look for another bus station down the line to go to get to a third stop to go to work. They only kind of look like one ahead, and they're really dumb about it. So if they want to go to, say, this train station to go to work, one second, I gotta adjust my volume a little bit here. It's a bit loud in my ears. There we go. I don't feel like I'm shouting now. But if they go to, like, say, here to work, all they're doing is they're coming here and they're just waiting for an hour. And then they will hop on the first thing that allows them to go anywhere. They don't care what the destination is so much. They will just hop on it if there's workplaces further down the line on that line. So you almost have to have this like gathering station from residentials go to both shops and workplaces. Because they will ride it to go to a grocery store and everything. And that works fine because then they can go to, you know, here, get on, go to a grocery store. And then when they're done getting their shopping and all their entertainment done, they just teleport back home. And then the next morning, they can go here and hop on a bus to go to a workplace. Yeah, that's what seems to be the best, is basically it. Because they won't, like, go to the grocery store and then, or to the workplace and then go to the grocery store. They start at home every time. So it's better just to have it, like, see, these workers are waiting because they know there's workplaces that can be serviced by some of the lines that come here. And they will wait 1 hour here for something to pick them up. And then if it doesn't pick them up, they will take off and go find somewhere else. So like this guy here. Let's see if he gets picked up. Doesn't look like it. Oh, he did. He got picked up. So he got picked up by the bus, and the bus is going to take him to unfinished plumbing 758 for construction work. So yeah, it's a little unintuitive how the traveling, I guess, works in this sometimes. How's this going? Good getting this done at all? Sort of, kind of, not really. Good job, guys. Way to go. These guys, meanwhile, are getting sick from sewage. And these got set correctly. Yes, perfect. Alright, there's some steel coming in. Here's an excavator coming in to finish this up, I bet. Yep, he's waiting probably on this line here. This is slowly filling up. It doesn't fill up very fast because it's just the workers here that are using the water. It has its own export for the production line here. Which is still connected here. While we're doing this, that part though, we'll come up here and do this too. And we can grab one of these guys, and this needs to come down here and plug in over here somewhere. Get it in a straight line to there probably, and then we can do something here. It's going to be dumb and want us to be like, you can't go across there because I said so. I'm like, okay, whatever. Better be that way. See if I care. Usually when you're building underground pipes, if you just mess around with them enough, you can find a spot where it will cross it without going underneath it. Like, it just goes across it. It doesn't matter. And that really only matters for sewage because sewage needs slope. So if you go underneath it, then you'll have a hard time coming back up on the other side. Perfectly level sewage is fine. It works fine. So, all right, we'll leave them to do that. We do have planes stands. I'm hoping this layout works. I think it will. I don't know how airports work. I've never used them. But I think that it means if, like, we can have this guy here. We can park planes at these ones, and then we can use them, and they will come over here and unload into here. I don't know. Or they'll unload into here or something. If not, we may need to put another terminal down on this end or something to make it work, I guess, would be the other way we could do it. And attach it to this plane stand so that we can unload big planes, but that's future thought. I just want to get it working, get some planes going. And then we can run some bus routes from here to, I don't know, anywhere in here. Now, as far as other expansion plans, I pretty much want to double the crop production, I think. At this point, something like that. So we'll probably end up going something like this around the airport. I'd say over to there. Same here. I made sure we had long enough runway too for basically all the planes that come up. That's not a straight road. Now I want to put that there for a second. I want to see, just in case we have to add one in there. This one does actually less worker capacity, but anyways. Will this fit in here? If we do it? Okay. Yeah, it'll fit. Okay. Just in case. Somewhere out here. And we should be able to come down right here. No. Go further. Now, the airport's kind of a great place to put crops at the end of it because then they can take off and, land around that. But we'll see. We'll do field measuring here in a second. So I think we want to come out maybe here with it. Might as well just go here, I guess, with this guy. Perfect. Thank you for letting us know that the citizens are still unhappy in that building. They're never going to be happy, apparently, so we're just going to ignore them. Might be better to put the farm here, actually. Somewhere out in this area. And in looking at them, you do have the modern industry farm that can do 30 vehicles and stuff. I don't know the size of it, but this one is actually better. Holds more vehicles and whatnot. What I'd probably like to do is do maybe one here. And then one smash right into the back of it like that. Now this is what you would call long-term planning. That's fine. Probably make a jag there, right? Yeah, there we go. And then they should be able to steal maybe power? No? Oh, sad face. It's all about vehicle count. Is basically the only thing that matters with the farm. I'm not using it to deliver the grain. I'm not using it to do anything else besides run out vehicles. So in this particular situation, it's the vehicle count that matters, and it has 2 more per farm. Now, vehicles per size might be different. I don't know, because I can't use that one yet. We got to wait another month or 2 till we can research it. So that might be a better thing for it, but for right now, this is going to be our better option. I want to move this a little bit, though. What I probably want to do is throw in... Where are you at? Under waste, right? Yeah. One of these bad mamma jammas in here somewhere. Probably too big to fit on that side. Let's go to this side maybe or something. Or over here if that would fit. Play around here for a second. Not close enough. What we got? Key 141s. I don't remember where those come on our scale of vehicles, so we'll have to look at them in a minute. Oh. I put that switch there, now it's in the way. Son of a bitch. Figures out. Every time you put something in there, it's like, oh, that's not going to be the work. Pointed wrong direction. I think I could work with that. I'll have to move some roads around, but that's okay. Let's get it to where it'll just get factory connections there. If you have 110 workers that you need a building, that's 330 because you need that amount for each shift, and there's 3 shifts in a day. Keep it running full capacity. So we'll probably end up just shifting the farms on this side over a little bit, and they won't be in perfect straight orders anymore, but well, sometimes that must be done. Move these roads over a bit. We'll just go ahead and leave a nice little space here. There's blasphemy on the ground here. How dare you? Get out of here. Okay. And then we can sneak this road. This is close as we can get it right here. Something like such for now. Now maybe even change the way the fields run. We'll see. Now what's this for, you ask? This is a poop dump. Is what this is. Now, it's a biological poop dump for, any kind of biological waste, which, is, your lettuce scrappings, whatever. But it'll turn into fertilizer and work in these farms. So that's why we want it. And we will probably just have a train that runs over here and unloads right into this. You don't need like 12 tracks to do this. One will be enough. Well, you give me that. Okay, we need to move this road then. Crush that node. Now it'll work. There we go. I may do a double track just because it's easier to signal and build. Yeah, you'll notice most of the time I leave it running, and whenever I'm doing things, if I don't forget to unpause it. That's just so things keep happening because, yeah, you're right, it does take a long time to do anything in this game. Now, the thing is, if you want it to go quicker, there is, you can turn off realistic mode. which is, you know, so you could just build things without having to wait for the trucks to get here and all that good such. And we'll cancel this piece and go like this. Oh, close. Yeah, it's funny because I have never played this game on the other mode except for when I first picked it up. God knows how long ago. I played it. I played the tutorial missions on, you know, because they're not in realistic mode. So that's pretty much the only time I have not played realistic mode. Yeah, I know. I got to put that back in here. I'm gonna make sure that this is gonna build correctly, though. Are you? I heard a toot, so they're coming out here. There he goes. This guy's very confused. He's like, what did you do to my track? It was clear before. What's going on? Like, all right, I'll go slow through it and see what happens. I think what we'll do is leave a little space there. And this one, I'm going to design it a little differently. Where this is all one intersection. There's one availability getting this platform, and then everything else just waits here. And that's mostly just due to the amount of train that's going to go in here. It's not going to be moving very much. You unload this thing like once a year, you'll dump fertilizer in here, so as far as El Signalos go here. Oops, wrong one. Chain. Single. And you can throw a mixed here. That'll be what that looks like. And I'm not going to bother adding extra ones in here after the crossings. They can figure it out. What I will do, though, for the moment is just do this and this. Yep, that might give the construction trains a little bit of leeway as far as when they're coming in there to build it. Where are they? I believe I need to crank their workers up here. Oh, there he is. He's coming out now. Yeah. Give them some more workers so when they get over here they can build a little faster. Okay, road. Because, you know, I don't know when I ever forgot anything, but this really doesn't need to be a asphalt road, but it looks nicer, so we'll do it. $101.88. 101.88. I guess 88 is closer to 90. Optical illusion. Could have swore that was crooked. Without the grid on it, it looks crooked for some reason. I don't know why. Anyways, now farm fields. So let's see. How many do we have on these two farms? Like 30? There's 9, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30 and a half. Okay. And we'll want to leave some space here That's far enough. Might not be. What? Oh. No, it's not. Okay. But we'll leave some space over here then. Maybe even further. Probably like there's where we want to be. Chemical plants is what I'm thinking. And we'll need a big area for them. So I was kind of thinking we go along the side here like this, come down this way with them. Yeah. Nah, not that kind of space. Space to not make your people sick. It's the space I'm talking about. So I guess while we're waiting for modern industry to show up, we can look at that. Maybe even think about plastics with it. But which one is it? There it is. So your standard chemical plant takes 700 workers, which is a lot. Gravel, wood, crops, oil, water, power, all the good stuff, right? I remember that's a really good dump truck. I have a feeling he's going to get confused as soon as he gets done here, so we're going to wait for him. And goodbye. Now you don't want to wait for this guy, so just go ahead and run that light for me. It'll be fine. The MacGyver University, yeah. Also known as Duct Tape U. The duct tape, bobby pin, 2 paper clips, piece of string, and yeah, that's the kind of U that it is. This guy's gonna finish this crossing, it looks like here, so he'll be out of here in just a second. Trying to prevent him from holding up the other trains that much. Okay, get out of here. I'll let this guy go. Oh yeah, I know why there was no tourists to pick up at the border. We're in the middle of another epidemic. Now thankfully we got a little bit of bank pool to hold us over, just in case it is a bad one, but... I need to see... Okay. Interesting one. So these guys, the 141s and the 141 like modded version here, they're slow, but they can carry a ton of weight, ton of stuff. Like this one can do 40 tons at once, but it's only 38 kilometers an hour, so. Same with these ones, they go fast, but they only carry like 4 tons of concrete, so I don't think they're worth replacing right now. Now it's self-sufficiency simulator. Gotta use these farming to make the food and the alcohol and the meat and everything else, so. Looks like these guys are finally getting this hooked up. Good for them. So we need something capable of dropping... Probably something like that. Say... We might even fit right there. You could. I'm not even thinking about the oil delivery right now. I'll just run that over with a pipeline, honestly. Not that far away. It's over there. I don't care. It's only steel. Just throw a bunch of pumps and pump it over. That part I'm not worried about one bit. I think it'll work. In the entrance of straightness, will you fit there? Yes, you will. Okay, cool. No. Hold on. Make sure he's not getting confused here. Hey, go back home. Get out of here. My track is not set up for easy access from track builders. They need to be manually babysat a bunch. Anyways, this train station should fit right in here, no problem. Somewhere right here. Theoretically. Just jam this in here somewhere. Shouldn't be a problem. We can run a couple little offshoots into there without much issue, like this. Could even run them out of the same intersection if we wanted to. Probably don't want to do that, but you know. General traffic flows this way. You could jump tracks and then go up in here, or jump tracks and go into there. I prefer it that way. Maybe not. Am I ever going to need 2 trains at once to show up here? Probably not much. We'll need regular delivery of people, but not... I don't think 2 different trains at once will end up in there too much. Same with this one. Not too much traffic's going to go through there. So we can probably just take these guys and crush them off of there for a minute. Connect that up if it's split. No, it didn't. We're fine. Oh, that should work okay. I believe. We'll find out eventually. Okay. Well, we'll continue crop delivery by truck for this thing, I'm thinking. If I remember right, these things are absolutely freaking ginormous. Oh, maybe not. Am I thinking of a different one? Yeah, this one. Really need to get this year to finish, but anyways, if you got 2 chemical plants here, which is probably what we're gonna run. So you need gravel, wood, crops, oil. General storage, please. Wood's an open storage, isn't it? Okay. These ones aren't going to be the right size. I already know that. But we can have this connected up over to the road here-ish. Somewhere. They can dump the crops in here. Actually, probably by a loading station up here, so they'll dump the crops. So as far as housing quality, it basically, if you're on the hardest difficulty settings, it does provide like kind of a soft cap on your happiness. So like these ones are right now at 77. I'd be very hard put to get this above 77. Whereas these ones over here are like 90 and this is already at 80, but that's about all it does. And if you're just starting, something like these guys would be much better. They're way cheaper, is the big thing. These things are ridiculous. Like, a lot of these are modded, obviously, but if you're talking, say, the vanilla buildings, if you look at some of your, like, not so good ones, there's, you know, these guys are like 80%. They're way cheaper, though. Especially in the amount of steel they take compared to some of these other ones that are better quality, I guess you could say. Like, these are 91%, but they take 25 tons of prefabs and 2.5 tons of steel. These are 80, And they take 11 tons of boards and some bricks instead of the steel, so... Yeah, this is the go-to. Where is he at? This one here? No. Where's the go-to one? It's here somewhere. I know it is. I just can't remember which one it is. Is this one? That guy there? There's that one's a good go-to. Just 82%. Holds a lot of people. Here's the other one. There's another one that's... These ones are pretty good. These little ones that have the L shape and then the straight shape. And then they've got another straight shape like that. If you have the early start, those three are pretty good. 85%. They don't hold too many, but they hold enough people. These ones are pretty good too. But yeah, this one down here is just kind of a go-to because it holds 110 people. It's relatively cheap. It has, 82% quality. But, you sometimes get bored of building the same thing over and over again, so there is that too. Yeah, that 82% quality is definitely a go-to. The other thing you can do with it, if you really want to smash them in dents, you can take this guy and you can set it on the grid and just go to town like this. Say like 7 of them, flip it around and give it just the tiniest bit of space, and you go right back across like this. Run a path like that, and you can connect them all like that. Because they have this one little entrance at the end, so they can all be connected like this. There you go. There is... What was that? 7, 14, almost 2,000 people there in that little space, and then they can all reach every single border on them as well. So they could all reach all the way around here pretty much to build services and whatnot. But yeah, that's one thing you can do with them. Yeah, if you wanna go for absolute like decorations and beauty and stuff, I am awful at doing all that stuff. I just never have been good at any of it. I'm like, yay, decorations, here you go. Let's see, have a tree, there's your decoration. Kind of how my brain works. Every time I try and do it, I'm just like, it's taking too long and it's not looking very good and I hate it. So even during a pandemic, we're still making about 36,000 just from random exports we're doing. Mostly meat, I think is the one we're doing. Or do we even export the meat? I don't think we do. We should probably think about that. These two do 40 tons a day is why, and we don't use anywhere near that, I don't believe. I think it gets rid of the next pandemic quicker, is what I believe it happens. So if you look here now, we won't have it. It pops up as soon as the pandemic's or the epidemic's over, right? There's statues. There's one. Where did I put him? I know there's one here somewhere. I built it. I swear I did. There he is. There's the man right there. Right in the biggest part of town where everybody has to walk by him. We also have a glorious tank. Right there. There's a few other things scattered around, but yeah. So I think the research, because it doesn't show up till the after it's done, right? And then you have to research the 3 things, and then you could get, you know, shots for the people or whatever. I think it reduces the amount of time the next epidemic lasts. Now, I have no thing to base that on besides just, you know, guesstimate, but it seems to me whenever I don't do that research, the next epidemic is so long. It takes forever. Anyways, we'll want to have some sort of grain storage here. Guy guessing. Just seat of the pants. Mm-hmm. Where's my wood at? Oh, it's over here. Now, there's something you can do here. It's kind of fun. Let's see, 30 times 6.3. Can we see this one and see what it takes? Yeah, we can. Cool. Okay. So I can come in here and look at this thing even though I can't build it right now. Where are you at? No, you're under fossil fuels. Here we go. Chemical plant. Even though we can't build it yet. It only takes 9.8 tons of wood. At max production. So if we could get it to be 20 tons a day, which is absolutely simple. The other thing I was wondering, I don't think there's any nearby. Is that some there? Yeah, there's some. That's probably the closest, like, gravel we have. Now, we may do the funny thing here, which is, hold on, there's some guys here. We're going to move them a little closer over here. Do we have a depot? No, we don't. Okay, fine. The funny thing we're going to do probably is just build the conveyor from hell that goes over there. Because I don't want to truck the gravel around or run a train for it, so... Yeah, they're too far away. Oh, they can reach like here. Okay. My little mega terraformer guys over there can only reach to about here, so we can't get rid of the blasphemy in the ground here just yet. But anyways, if we go to the gravel industry here. That's the wrong quarry. 3.5 tons. These little ones you can do later. Okay, that isn't gravel? I thought it was. Not bad. I wish you could zoom this in a little bit. I swore that was something there, but I guess not. Just where I terraformed the hell out of the ground there. Yeah, there's really nothing anywhere along here as far as gravel goes. All the way up here. Okay. So we may end up doing some gravel moving, or some stone moving. I mean, who's to say we can't just have a gigantic conveyor belt that runs from here to here? But anyways, I'll probably process it on site though instead. Just run one of these here somewhere. Except the modern industry version that actually has inputs. So it only takes like 5 or 10 workers, and then we don't have to worry about, we can just haul the stone in. or conveyored in, however we want to do it. Ooh, it's 58. Can we do that? Yes, we can. Thank frigging God. Would you get on that, please, and get it done instantly? We finally can get some modern industry. Hooray. Just trying to think about spacing a bit here on how we're going to do the fields and stuff, so... Alright, so that's our first one there. Fix that corner because it's weird. Let's just say this goes across here somewhere like that. This should leave us plenty of room to do our industry in here. We'll see in a minute, though, once we get that actual modern industry researched. But for right now, that's a guesstimate of where we're going to sit with this. It'd be weird with the infrastructure there. There's nothing there. Not like the road, I guess? I don't know. Oh well. Sure, we'll give it a bit more space. Now see, this won't build right up next to the road. I don't know what it's worried about. Hold on. Never mind. I know what it is. There's a chip of road there that we didn't get when we deleted the other one. Okay. If you want, you can pack them in tight like that. I like to leave a space like that. And then 3... What that allows you to do is you can come along here and have a road that runs like this through the middle of them. And you have a little bit of space you could put water, sewer, garbage, you know, whatever kind of stuff you need on the edges there. No point in not doing this. We're going to build all these roads anyways. We might as well do ones with the asphalt. Kind of make that intersection a little less weird. Yeah, I think this is fine. Only other thing the farms need here is we do need a tank for fertilizer, but you only need a baby one, so it's fine. And it can be underground piped. No, it needs to be bigger than 90 ton though. This one's an interesting one. never actually tried this one. Let's see what it looks like. Mostly because it's got 2 connections. We can do this and this. And we don't need to build another one that way. Okay. That should all be good, though. Will you pump in oil? It's a good question. I don't know if they will or not. Let's find out, shall we? Because they do have several connections here to bring in liquids, so why not find out? Let's see, where can you go? You will go right there. That's not how you want to do that. On the corner, I guess, there. Because that looks like a great connection. We're absolutely doing that. Heat pipes, like this one I'm not using heat, it's an Asia map, but heat pipes are almost always better to put under the ground. They lose a lot of heat above ground, like massive amounts. And you can actually see it if you like build your, where you build your little, whatever they're called things, the transformers or whatever for it. The these guys, no, heat exchanger, that's what I'm thinking of. So if you build like a small one, basically how the heat travels from this guy to your house over here or whatever is how it would travel above ground in a heat pipe. And you can see the amount of loss is insane just over a short distance. That's not exactly like that, but it's fairly close. Okay. So we know we want all that done. We're just gonna say we want all this done too. Get on her, boys. You got work to do. Oh, I moved. These little guys? Yeah. Sure, why not? I want to see if these guys can have a fuel storage and load from it. I have no idea if they can or not. Probably delete it later. Let's go about 1 kilometer out here, I guess would be a good number. Thank you, lady. We already know that these guys are unhappy. I mean, there's nothing we can do about it, mostly. It dips down to 40, it comes back up to 50, it dips down to 40, it comes back up to 50. Oh, this is over. That's why it's dipping down probably again. Epidemic's over. There you are. So now see, this is here. So I'm guessing that this just makes the next epidemic not so bad. Is basically the only thing I could figure about it. I think I'm gonna bring you guys down to like 70 again or so, because like our loyalty right now sits about 73, so if we have them up at 80, I think it's a little too high for us to get the full amount of people in here working. While they're walking, I want to say, let's see. Well, we could test it real fast. Watch. So what you do is you take your house here. Anyone, doesn't matter. Say there's your house. You want to know how far it can get on a footpath. Oh, that depends on the pollution. So there's a couple of things you can do it by. Some people say it's like 25 tons per little cloud or whatever. Or, I mean, like 45 meters per cloud that it produces. If you look in the industry thing, let's say something that does a lot. So, like, per ton or something, you can say it's like, I don't remember, it's like 20 meters, 25 meters basically per ton. Or other people say like 250 to 500 per cloud. Mine's kind of corrupted right now. If you're doing big industry, 1500. The biggest one would be the incinerator. Where you at? Waste. There you go. I want to say the biggest vanilla one is this bad boy right here. It's 62 tons. Oh, I think we got modern industry, so I don't think it was unlocked before. Anyways, 62 tons per year. That one you definitely need like 1500. If we say like, oops. And that works out to about 25 meters per ton. And that'll come out to just under 1500 if you were, or just over 1500 if you were doing 25 meters per ton. And it also depends, though. That number is only valid. That pollution number is also only valid if that is running 24/7. Pollution disappears as you don't use it. So my construction industry up here is living like right on top of these guys pretty much, right? There's an asphalt plant right here. That is, let's see. How far away are you? Oh, we forgot to clear it out. Hold on. That is a whopping 283 meters away. If that thing is running, and it runs quite a bit. We look at the asphalt plant I have. It's this little one-way guy. It's 7 tons. So it runs perfectly fine there. Doesn't cause any pollution to these people at all. If you look at my pollution, the big thing that's going on with it, like here's my tower. Where that's all coming from is I'm dumping sewage into the ground right there. None of that is really from any of these industries. They don't run enough to keep it polluted. But you can see, like, even when they are running, it tapers off really quickly for like one cloud, 5 tons a year or whatever, or just 7 tons a year, right? So this is plenty far away for small industries that don't pollute a lot. Other ones that would work for that is your fabric factories. They're only about the same, 8 tons a year. Clothing factories kind of fit in there as well. They're only 4.4. So they can definitely be within walking distance of your people. You have a straight line from like this building right up here to a clothing factory at like 250 meters or so. You'll be fine. You're probably never going to be running it at full production just because of the way production works in this game. You never have full workers in a building. It just doesn't happen. There's too many variances of them going in and out and whatnot. But so yeah, 25 meters per ton is a good number. And then you're not trying to figure out, well, that's a quarter of a cloud. How many do I need to have for that? And, you know, whatever. Is it done? Is it done and I just clicked over it? I think it did. The industry has been modernized. Yay! Finally, wherever it is, somewhere here. There it is, right there. As you can tell, that allows a few buildings to be built. Just a couple. And we've now broken our UI. Awesome. There we go. Oh, is this all done? Almost. Okay. They're like just paving the last stall. Oh, because we don't have the runway done yet. Gotta have the runway to get the planes here. So, but they're almost done with that. That's cool. Now Modern Industry's done, though. We can start fiddly farting around with this. So we'll have them get this going. These guys built, get some oil hauled out here and stuff. Did we actually build that road straight this time? Looks like it. Okay. Yeah, where do we want to go to? Right about here-ish. One more from the corner. Where's the fence? Always got to find the fence because that's where you're going to actually build around. Oh, it's like you can just come out right from here. Cool. Amazingly, that worked out somehow. Out to there, I guess, works out. We'll get these all started. And we will crush them down so they're single construction jobs here. It's all down to one big old job. Perfect. And I really don't want the buses running a bunch of workers out here to work on these, so we're going to tell them no extra workers on those. Thank you. Okay, it started. They just can't reach it yet. All right, cool. Because I do allow the buses to deliver people to roadworks. This you have to do if you want to not have them deliver a bunch of people out here to work on the roads. But it's a pain in the butt to remember to send them to these little tiny chunks. So, if, you know, 501 half a dozen of them are which way you do it. You can either not have buses assigned to roads and then manually assign them to each little tiny chunk that can't fit a mechanism on it. Or you can just turn off the buses, the people on the larger chunks you don't want them working on. Anyway, let's see what we get for a refinery out here, or chemical plant, right? We got one modded one that's 200 workers, a little bit smaller, right? Or you've got the Mamma Jamma of all chemical plants, right? This thing here is friggin' ginormous, which is why I was wondering if I had enough room, and I didn't. So, thing is, might even work better. Let's do this. Let's get rid of these little tracks. Get rid of this. Get rid of this here. Pop. I'm happy with this amount of room. This leaves room for like a distribution office or two through here. It leaves room for any utilities or whatever. So I'm perfectly happy with building that still. As far as the roads go and stuff. I don't think anything else is going to connect up here except for that one. And we'll go ahead and start constructing that. But that just means we can easily Get rid of this one here. Good pass. Probably pull that back in a minute, but... Now, the problem is we didn't build that gravel road far enough away, so it's not going to like crossing the railroad here. But I have a solution for that. Wait till these guys get out of here. Bop, bop. For the moment, this is going to be dirt road here, because we do need them access into here. I hate it when it does that. I have to do some shenanigans with starting and stopping this thing to get it to connect. It still doesn't want to because it's partially done. Okay, fine. It's fine. Go and work on it. Anyways, we're going to bust it right here anyway, so it's fine. Yeah, he's like, what the hell did you do with my road? But we're just going to tell him to go home. Goodbye. Same with you for now. Just get you out of here while we're fixing this. Funny enough, it won't do that with when you snap it, but as soon as you don't snap it to that grid line, it will connect there. That's probably fine. And then we can take out that section. Connect that up and start that. Then we can get across this easily is the whole point of that. Now we can get across anywhere we want, like here, here, wherever. That will work just fine. And now we have to fix this road construction again because we just missed it. There we go. Okay. But ideally with our chemical plants here. Now, just to give you an idea what this is going to take to run. These are 700 workers each, right? We're going to run 2 of them. So that's 1,400, 2,800, 3,600 workers. And then add in another 100 or so for other stuff, right? Is what you're going to need to run these 2. About 5,000 people, roughly. When you get down to everything else going on with it. So let's set them up and see what we can do. There's a road connection after these bad boys. Oh, it's right on that side. Okay. We'll initially do this, and then I probably want the connections on the same side, but we'll kind of mirror it here and make it so everything kind of looks the same as we're coming in. I like that. Something like that. All right. Buildings are on fire and extinguished. That's fine. That reminds me. Why don't I, just so I don't forget, put that there just so we remember that we do need to put a fire station out here at some point. We'll move it down here. We'll move it down here a little bit. So as far as the workers and getting the goods out and everything, we'll just bring this in here. This can just come straight in here. It's going to be dumb because it likes being dumb on these kind of corners for God knows what reason. Funny thing is, this one will probably connect fine. Might have to move the road. I don't know. Maybe that's messing up too. There we go. Don't ask me why if you snap it to the grid when you're doing those kind of intersections, it just doesn't work. Anyways, we'll come in here somewhere and put down station for people to get out of here. Probably want it somewhere in the middle. I believe these guys do have rail connections on them up here. Yeah. Which we can use to get out like the chemicals or something, which will probably do something like this, right? And then just connect it in. Make it simple, easy. Just come along here. Come on. Oh my God. I said simple, easy. Thank you. Game. Not following my instructions of being simple and easy. How dare it? Anyways, this can just come in here and merge in here. Stop it, game. Thank you. Just like that, probably. Then you can just bring this in and stick it on a track somewhere in here. Like going into over here or something. That's only works if we want to only go one direction, so we may want to decide to come out this end instead and do a loopy-doopy here or something so we can actually run it either direction too. That's the other option there. But either of those shouldn't be too bad to kibosh in at any time we want. So not too big a deal to put them in whenever. I'm not even running on my own power yet. We're still running on border power at this point. I do want these guys here. Oh, are we done? No. Okay, not yet. Where is my these things? Would you be so kind as to go away? Thank you. No, we're probably gonna steal border power over here still. We're gonna run a power right over here and probably pay for the NATO power. I want to take this and put this here. And we'll have our little friends here come up here. And go park up there, please. Thank you. There they go. They will be up there in about 6 months. Nah, these guys cruise pretty fast, so they're not too bad. Not sure why that was paved either. How we doing out here? I think since we can, and tell me I can't do this, I can do this. You're being ridiculous, King. Oh, it doesn't like the train jumping. Okay, that's what it is. Put it here. No. Here. No. Over there. No. Over there. Really? Oh, that's great. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you. I'm glad that you interpreted exactly what I wanted at the exact moment I wanted it. You are amazing with your capabilities. There we go. That's fine. Best intersection ever. I'll just give him a way in here a little better. So these guys are going to need wood, oil, crops. What else? I really wish when they're building you could see what their production is. Or click something to bring up their regular tooltip. It's kind of annoying to have to find them again down here every time. So we need gravel, wood, oil, crops. No problem. Alright, where is your connections here? How far a distance would it be to run all the way up here? Let's say from right here. That's kind of a problem. New ambulance. Citizen happiness too low. It's going to be forever. Don't care. So, how's tourism? Is coming back again? Oh yeah, we're coming back again. Did we ever finish that research? I think I need a bigger medical university. These guys seem to be failing a lot. Yeah, look at this. This is ridiculous. Where'd you have building that one in here? Was it here? No, these are just schools. Is it here? Yeah, here it was. Okay. This one. We did have bigger university. Well, next time we need to research something, we'll do it here. I'm just thinking the amount of people that are going to have to run through here. Like, I'm not worried about these ones here, but I do have a couple ancillary industries, we should call them, I guess. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab a... That's wrong. This one. We need to get some people to here. Where is there... no aggregate inputs on this thing? Oh no, they're up there, okay. Where's the aggregate inputs? Alright, this guy needs to move a few steps over. Right about like that should be okay. Alright, gravel processor now can go tuck back in here a little bit further, a little bit easier. And we can get a road to it. Yes. So we say that goes there. Make a gimp corner. I really don't want 30 workers inside one. One that's mostly going to be run by the trucks that go in it. I think we can slip it in through here somewhere. I have to be able to get a footpath or a road back here if I want to put a bridge on this here. Not a bridge, but a jumper, as I like to call them. One of these guys. How much storage do you have? Probably not a lot. 20 tons? Did we say this thing uses? One of these days I'll be like smart and write all this information down before I do this. Like that. And then I can just go over here and pull it up. There we go. Put it. Take a screenshot of the damn thing, so I don't have to keep looking, going and finding it again. So it's going to consume 9.8 tons of wood per day at maximum consumption. I don't think we need to worry about that if this guy stores 20 tons, was it, right? Could do this a little cleaner if we did do a storage in here. Let's maybe do that. Yusa, goodbye. Put one of these ridiculous contraptions in here. It would fit. Now we do have another option as well, which would be to put one in here like this, right? With maybe one of these ones would be okay, I guess. I don't know. There's one way, and that's kind of annoying too, but we're not going to be driving trucks into them, so I don't really care. You just go with a regular open medium one is fine. Which you hold? Yeah, this one worked fine. Okay. So we'll go with something like this. Yep, absolutely fantastic. Would you give me... Oh, not that one. This one. Here. Trying to decide what's the best way to do this. Probably this way. Give it a bit of room because factory connections are weird. Right, get rid of this for a minute. Give me one of these. That makes the road as awkwardless as possible, I guess you could say. We don't need to drive up in here even that way, so we can get rid of this road and put in one we don't need to build in here like this. It won't look as good, but you know, that's just the way it's going to be. There. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking about. Do I put the storage here, or do we just go with the lumber post? I mean, what I was thinking is probably... yeah, the roads are just awkward as shit, aren't they? think that's better, isn't it? Oh, the only weird staffing issue we got is to get up here from this guy coming in here. The other thing is, once we get to like 60 whatever it is, when is the last like actual? Just quit spamming me with these. I know that they're unhappy at times. They need to deal and get their shit together. They have all their services they could possibly need. They just wander off to somewhere way the hell over here, and then they're like, I can't find what I need anymore. Why is there no sports over here when I wandered all the way over here? Why is there 170 people standing in front of this goddamn shop? Jesus Christ, you guys, stop it. What is wrong with you? We already built this one down here to deal with that problem. Oh. Catacombs. Cool. Built this shop to stop that problem. They still had the problem, so we built this shop to stop that problem. And they still have the problem, and I don't know where they all come from or why they all mobbed this one particular store. I think it's because we chain them a bit too far through these playgrounds is probably the actual answer there. Makes it so they can walk way too far and it messes with them. I think the answer is, though, that we need supports by these stores, right? Because that's the first place they go is to the store, right? They go grab their shit, and then they immediately go from the store. Now they're trying to find somewhere, and they find the cinema that's way over here somewhere. And then that's what's messing with them, I think. So they want to go all the way back here now to get to the cinema. Which is okay if they don't get in line when they get there, right? So if they get there and they can just basically walk right in and use it, no problem, they get their cinema. But they're standing in line now. Sergey Vino, where are you? Okay, there they finally got in the building. And they made it. Just barely, though. They got enough free time, so. So they seem to like to wander over here from, like, way over here is kind of the problem, I'm thinking. But what we're gonna do is a little modification here of this place. Absolutely gonna love me for this, but I don't care. This one I don't want to take all the way out because it's a pain in the ass to get it over the railroad tracks again. Alright, we got an access over there, that's fine. We're gonna take all these little paths out for a minute. Including that one, this one, okay. Let's grab just some mud footpaths and connect it up here so they can still use this thing for now. rebuild this whole little area here a bit. Alright. This needs to come straight through, I think. What about this sneaky thing? That's pretty much a useless path right there. Why are you weird like that with the notes? Anyways. We're gonna get that to go through there, are we? I think so. Okay. That's fine. Most of the people are going to be coming along this way. Probably along here. And then down through here. Okay. We'll go in the nice direct connection there. What I would like over here is something that's got a fair amount of ability to hold people in it that they like using every single day, which basically means something without star ratings on it. They won't reuse the same building if it's a categorized one. They'll fulfill that need, then they gotta wait for it to cool down before they can use it again. At least that's my understanding of it. This thing's gonna be way too big to cram in there, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Never mind. Not using that one. See, like, if you look at the vanilla cinemas, there's no values on them for star rating. So they will use this every single day over and over and over again if they have to. Now, they will go get other things too, but these are going to be too big, aren't they? This little guy won't, though. Such a little tiny pub. That is about the jankiest jank I've ever seen. So let's see if we can do that just a little bit better. Smooth that out a little bit right there. Okay, that looks fair. This one I want to know when it's done. This one I don't really care about. What's the theory behind all this? So they come to a store first, they fill up their whatever, then they go looking for culture, alcohol afterward. I'll be back in just a minute. Give me just a couple minutes here. Alright, sorry about that. I'm looking under my desk and there's a little log under there that I stepped in. I had to clean it up real fast. Like you little bastards. They know they're supposed to go outside. Anyways. So I'm hoping that now if we put the shop here, right, and we just get it all connected up, they'll go, oh, culture right here. Oh, there's this for alcohol. And then we can put maybe a sporto building back here of some sort as well. Like maybe one of these little gyms or something that we've got. Because they'll fit right back here. Alright, we'll just let all that build. We'll see how that maybe helps that area out a bit. I think that's what's not happening here is they go wherever to do their shopping, be it over here. There's one here. There's that one we were just at over here. There's one. There's also one here. and they don't ever come back to over here. So I think that's why this isn't working. How do I fix it? Well, we'll build another big old shop right here or something, and then maybe that'll help. They can go out there to shop their junk. We'll worry about that later, though. Yeah, I think that should all work, though. Forklifts can haul the wood in there. And then if we do the train station as close to right here as possible. Something like that. This is the one I'm worried about. Because I prefer to do it in a dirt footpath and I don't gotta worry about it. Do that, that's 70, 50, that's 120, that's easy. Okay, easy peasy, no problem. Cool. Good stuff. S100 Stallonic. What are you? Are you a better sewing thing? No, I didn't think so. Okay. Just a better dozer, I think. Yeah. Okay. So anyways, if this is here, then we can have just crappy footpaths can go up here. We can put in one of these little guys right over that factory connection. Like so-ish. And then I don't have to worry about that or this being built because they're mud. That'll get people up here in the gravel processing plant and the wood cutting post all covered with passengers. This guy, we can just have him run down the road. They're going to be fine. There's no way they can't get over there to run in here and here and here. Nice. Cool. I'm going to ask, what about the trees? Well, let me tell you about the trees. We're going to get this going first, though. No idea if we're going to continue this on down over here somewhere, so we'll just leave the intersection there. It's a little easier than trying to build it later. As far as trains coming out of here, like that. Signale. Excuse me. Something like that. And then we'll just double chain it out to the main line because there's not enough room for a parking space there. I may actually have waiting trains here. No, this is passenger side. We don't gotta worry about that. Never mind. We're fine. Maybe move this closer. Yeah, that works. And we can bring that nice and close there. This would be for further expansion, which we're not doing right now, but yeah, with those little trains we're using, this should be fine with the train sets we're using. Okay. And we've got foot travel all the way out to all those, no problems whatsoever. It's not showing this one because this isn't started yet. Alright, as far as the forest goes, well, the forest is going to be right in the middle here. And basically anywhere else we can fit it. And we have to do acacia. Basically like that. Now the other things we got to worry about is this guy here, because we still need to get in a gravel connection into here. So I'm thinking, do we do the biggest, longest line ever done of a conveyor belt just for the fun of it? I hate it when map makers do this. I don't know why. If you're using demolition, this is the worst thing ever. Because you have to put an end on that damn thing. And then you have to come by and deconstruct it with your, like demolish it and then demolish the shit you built over here to get it out of there. It's so dumb. And it's just part of the way the demolition mechanics work. Thankfully, we're not using demolition, so we can just go get rid of it. Now, that could have been one I built too. That's not what I was thinking it was. I thought it was a fence. It's not a fence. It was a piece of road. Fences are dumb when you have them on the map, so they're stupidly hard to get rid of with demolition enabled. Alright, folks, keep an eye out for gravel spots. I don't think there really is any over here. That one? That might be one. Alright, that is one. Okay. Problem is, you can't get the damn mini-map big enough to see them. So there's a little tiny bit of white there you can't see or something. We're just going to do that so we can see where it is. If we can find a spot that we can actually build it here. There we go. Okay. Now we know where that is. I wonder... Let's get rid of this for a sec. Usually a little easier to spot when the train depth's not so high. I don't see any whatsoever. Okay, there's some. Where are we? Up by Inkershita. That's the closest one we spotted. It's not big enough, I don't think. Want a bit more, maybe. Although, I don't know. Get our bros over here. You have been called, little skid steers. Get over here. Alright, current citizens picking back up a bit. 383. 49. Not too bad. Neat. While they're doing that, I want to see. Actually, we don't need this anymore, do we? Whoops. Demolish that for a second. Oh, we need it like that, don't we now? If I'm going dirt roads up here, I don't even need this. Hold on. We have to fix a few things here. This isn't needed. That can go away. That can go away. That can go away. And that's what we need. Okay. So you need to move over a bit. Oh, why is that connection on the wrong friggin' side, I swear. Anyways, let's clean this up a minute. Bye-bye, 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 bye-bye. Rid of all this so we can see what we're doing. And this thing could go away for a minute. Okay, cancel the road in there too. This will probably make it so much easier to do. I wonder. That might be big enough, actually. Feel like it should go through there somewhere. Yeah, flash it right there. I don't think it's gonna go through there. Damn it. I mean, I could. We could move this and make it fit better, but let's just do it this way instead. It's gonna take far less time. That's much cleaner, for sure. Now we go back to what we were doing, which is the aggregate towers from hell, right? Let's see. I don't remember what the difference on these is. Okay, that one has a high end, somewhat lower out. This one's shorter. That one's even shorter with low, one high end, two low, or three lower outs. And this one is high ends, one low out. Okay. And we have the wherever the fuck you want it to go in, wherever the fuck you want it to go out version as well. So this is the other version, which I kind of like more. Ideally, you'd pull it all the way out to here without any extra things in there, but okay. I think this needs to move over just a little bit. Nope, there it was. Just saw it there. Okay. You know how close it was? Just barely wouldn't fit with that road connection we had. You guys know there was people unhappy in houses right here? You know they're unhappy with pubs, taverns. I built like 3 little kiosks here they could go to and they never find them. So, weird things. This is taking forever because they have to pave the roads into there first, so that's why that's taking them so long. Now there is one here. Apparently that one's fairly full all the time. You know what? Nobody likes the zoo. Alright? This is when the comrades get it, not only what they want, but what they deserve. No, I don't want to do it that way. I wonder. What's the easiest way to do it this way? So many connections there. I don't think we need to have the cargo station there, so let's get this out. Demo that. We'll do the one with the road instead. That in the road? Yes. There. We can put that right next to it. There we go. You got a nice fountain on the end too. And isn't that special? Not sure what happened here. Let's see if we can do something a little different there. There we go. Where did the road come out of here? Right in the middle right here? Okay. Need to that whole section and put the road in. Okay, there we go. There you go. You guys wanted alcohol. You're going to get alcohol. Can you let me know when that's done? That'd be great. This is done. Let's start that one, the next one up here then. Nothing else to research in the technical university, so that's fine. Our education's fallen off quite a bit. We're at 88%, so we're down like 10% from the high of 98%, but yeah, it is what it is. All right. We'll let them build on that. Not too many unemployed, though. That's good. For the construction project of the century, we want to get to here. So, for this thing, are you sure about there? Okay. and dig a nice hole all the way through. We don't build on crooked terrain around here. No siree. We live in flat world. Now I go grab everybody's favorite airport terraforming tool, the old taxiway. This is absurd when you're using vanilla vehicles. When you're using these things, it's really absurd. They just mow down that whole section. Flatten it right out. High value entertainment here, watching me terraform with a broken tool and a broken mod. That's why I've been doing most of this in the background. It's funny for the meme of flattening all the thing around, but yeah, doing it is another thing entirely, right? And yes, you could just open up the terrain editor and do it, but, you know, then you lose the spirit of it, you know, even if it is a mod and everything, you gotta have the spirit, right, of actually taking the time to flatten it out. Otherwise, you're just not into it, and it's not right. Anyways, it should start yelling at us about not having proper bulldozers here in a second, but for people in the area to do it or whatever. But I figure while we're digging over to this gravel, we might as well dig out the rest of this other stuff that we're going to flatten out later anyways, so. I did just remember something that I wasn't thinking about, though. How have we done over here? Never even bothered to check yet, right? Okay, we're finishing it up slowly. Why isn't this... Oh yeah, number of workers to 0 is fine. That's because we didn't want workers on there. Alright, they're slowly getting it done. Slowly, slowly. A little hard to get back into a town, I take it, after you come out this way, though. High prio that. High prio this. And this. 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 And that, does that need a road to it? Probably. Yeah. And we might as well fix this since we're in here. Actually, all that. This one's no longer needed. It was there for a specific reason a while ago, and that reason absolutely no longer exists anymore. So yeah, that can be there. Okay. Let's give that a check on how it's going. What do we got going on down here? Are you starting to build yet? Almost. Cool. Almost getting to this one as well. Good, this should go now. Yep, okay. We'll lead them to their thing then. You can see just how much that flattened out doing that with the runway versus the other way. It's a lot faster. We need to get to here. Take that and do that. Move these guys up a little closer. And what you can do too to keep them from trying to go and get gas is to cut off the road after they're in there. That works pretty well. Okay, good. That's an expensive building. I want that one burned up. Because they're probably going to want to try and get gas as soon as they get up here. So what you do, wait till they get fairly close, like there. So yeah, no more going back. There you go. Now they can't go back to go get gas. Because they will work for terraforming without it. So I would prefer if they didn't try and run to refuel. And we can just do that. I'm gonna do a little digging, a little excavating here to see where the how far it is down to where we're at up here. That's probably that hub, right? Yep, okay. You actually need supplies, so let's make sure he gets supplies here. And I lost it. Okay, there it is. Right there. Okay. That was the only reason I wanted to know about that one. Little tiny staff. Not many guests. But it's a little bit of alcohol around. I don't want too much alcohol anyways around. They get all unhealthy when they drink too much of it, so. And the starving claim is freaking ridiculous. I don't know where they're getting that. Actually, I do. What happens is they pile too many people into one building like this. Or they're over here probably doing it. Trying to put everybody in here and they can't get in. And they get kicked out before they can get in. So that's where the starving thing comes from. They've got more than enough places to shop. They're just not using them effectively. Like can't make it to a doctor. It's another one where they, by the time they get to the building, they've gone to the wrong building and it's full, and then they get all mad. Like, I starved to death. Looks like with the gigantic ziggurat school of 500 kids, we finally brought this down to where we weren't having like 1,000 children not in classroom at a time, so that's good. You like this one? They come in such huge waves, it's not even funny. Okay, so you guys are down to one problem now. We'll see how it comes in a couple days. Maybe this will be big enough, I don't know. Hopefully. Anyways, back to what we were doing. They're gonna piss and moan, bitch and complain about everything anyways. We're never gonna make that building happy, I don't think. Which is why gigantic modded buildings aren't always the best, honestly. We may even have to get rid of those two gigantic houses. They're just too much in one little area. And it's putting too much pressure on all the other stuff around it, I think. Maybe spread them out a bit more. And I even tried like lowering all the prices on all the tourist things down to 1 or 0 just to see if they go in them. I think the way that actually works is if they're competing for spots. So if a tourist wants in there and your resident wants in there, the pricing level depends on who gets in there. So like at a free or whatever, they will always let the tourists do the thing, use it, and not the private system. But if there's no tourists in there, which a lot of mine don't have anybody in there, I think it doesn't matter. They'll just go in there and use it because they're not competing for that spot with a tourist. It's the way it seemed to work to me. Could be wrong. But I feel like that's kind of how it felt like it was working. After fiddly farting around with the prices now. It will absolutely tank your income. For mine, it's about 120,000, I think, a month if I turn down the prices on everything down to 1. maybe even more than that. Like this goes from 440 down to about 110 or so. So yeah, it's like 300,000 or something. It's a lot if you do that. This isn't used for anything. This is just a road I built way at the beginning of the game, just to connect to the customs houses. So we can even get rid of the whole thing. It was basically to connect these two together. And there's a gas station there, I believe. Yeah. Oh, one more. It's getting vehicles from the west side, and they come down here and then drive all the way along here to get to the main city again. I believe that's how it went. It might have been different. Could have been that was the original thought, and then we changed our plan and moved over to the other one that we're working out of now instead. Now, if you didn't know, you can dig out a lot on the other side of the border too. If you're really careful, you can get it right on that edge there and get all the way back along the border to quite a good degree. Which is nice when you want to build like connections at the current level you're using or whatever, and not have to fiddle with having them be on weird janky like levels of terrain and stuff. Now it can take a long time because you're just that pulling down all that outside of your reach there. That's about as far as it's going to get, I think, there. Anyways, that's just a thing you can do with terrain. Takes a lot longer if you're not using modded super bulldozers. Alright, we finished citizen vaccination. Anything else? No. Nothing there either? Okay. Alright, fine. Yeah, we need more buildings still. Ooh, it's done. Hold on. Side trip. Okay. Dispatchers. Why are you not working in the control tower? You should be getting over here and getting people. Okay, we don't specify where they go. There's not many. Alright, well let's go ahead and just tell them that we would like them to staff the control tower first. And then go ahead and go wherever the hell you want after that. I don't think it needs that many dispatchers, so I don't know. We'll go to like 10, maybe 10, something like that. We have power, we have water, we have sewer, all that stuff's here. Good. Okay, good stuff. Well, we should probably tell them that we want them to work on the well too, huh? Is the other important building in this area. There you go. Okay. Go away. So, we can finally look at planes. Hooray! No, you have the Boeing 307 with 33, the FO 27 with 52. Are we any Tupolovs? Yeah, we have a 104 with 75 passengers. The Antwerp 9. I forget what the AN stands for. No, it's another Soviet manufacturer. I just don't remember what it stands for. 780 kilometers an hour. Width 35 meter, 38 meters. So which ones are these? These are the 50 meters, so they should fit in any of these too. Okay, so I think we need this tied to this for the big guys to get in there, but for right now we should be able to just put them in here, right? Yeah, 92 passengers. Okay. Okay. I feel like this is an important moment. We should slow it down here. Coming in. If you're flying 3 airliners like that in that formation, that's like better than a friggin' military flight flight, like, you know, show. Like, that would be so incredibly close. Ridiculously close. I think they're waiting for people to get into the tower, so is what's happening now. Yeah, that's a little close. Okay. They're all saying they don't have any tower connection, I believe. Is what their problem is. I don't know. We'll see. We got SKD 706s. If I remember right, those are pretty good trucks. You guys want to get up here and get to work? Remember, there's no workers here now all of a sudden. Hate that when that happens. So because we would like workers here, that's probably too many. Let's go about 20%-ish of them. See how that works. There we go. Now we got workers. Probably a bit too many still. 10 might be better. But that'll keep this all running now. Okay, guys, what are you doing? I didn't say that many people coming over here. What are you doing? No, 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 no. Oh my God, no. Get out of there, you goddamn morons. Like, oh, you mean you want us to go work somewhere else from here? Okay, perfect. No, not at all. Anyways, got dispatchers now. Runway 1 occupied. Who's coming in for a landing? There he is. Skirt. think he just got his call to go land. Yep, there he goes. Man, them are some sick passengers at this point. Poor guys. That would absolutely make you yeet all over that plane and you would be puking all over, and I don't care how good you are at motion sickness. Alright, so they go over here, they get on the taxiway, and they rip over to their parking spot, and they go, we're here. Cool. Okay. So it looks like we built this correctly and we can land planes. Nice. Let's finish at the pub. Okay. Hold on. We got to get deliveries here real quick. We should probably have one of these guys specialize in alcohol, but maybe we'll get to that later. Alright, get some alcohol in there, get them going. Anyway, so what I'd like to do is take these guys. I'm going to go beyond the border to the western countries. We want to load 100%. And then we want to go back to here and unload everything, and we are done. And let's give that a name of Western Air. Save it. And we will put you on it. I don't know if we want all four of them on it, but for now we will. And we only deal in tourists at this point. No passengers, no workers, please. And no workers, no students, no passengers, only tourists. Thank you. How fast does he get there? Pretty damn fast, it looks like, huh? Okay. Now we need, well, I don't know, 2 or 3 buses here, I guess. Where did we have a bus stop to dump them at? There was one here somewhere. I don't remember where it was, though. Oh, here it is. Right here. So let's have you guys, instead of bringing them from there, I don't know if you can take them back and get rid of them too. That might be interesting. So we'll go and load and unload there. Then you can deliver them there. And then after there, I want you to come back and grab another load. Oh, no, not after there. Not there. Keep that stop. We want to go after here. Right? In there. Wish there was a drag and drop of stops, but apparently not. They don't like that, so get rid of that stop. Go to the airport terminal. Then I want you to go drop them off here. Go here. Okay. And we should have several vehicles on it already, so we can just let them rock. Oh, whoops. How did you not get... It's not I put garbage up there. Damn it. Garbage is such a troll of me every time. I could have swore this one would reach over there, but nope, it's not gonna. Okay. If you're gonna let me do that, that might actually work. Sweet. No garbage there. Did we get one for that area we built here? We need one here? Probably, because this spray doesn't reach everybody by any means, does it? It's there. Shortcut that as much as possible. Would it reach up there? I don't think so, but I could try it. Nah, don't look like it. Could reach this one though. That's weird it don't get to there. Oh well. Okay, that's that. I'm guessing we didn't have any coverage over here either for once, so let's see if we can do something about that up here maybe. I figured it shouldn't be too hard. Just needed somewhere where it'll actually build, and then batch start please, thank you. Okay. Yep, already overfilled. We knew that was going to happen. Let's make this a high price. And same with this one down here before they make massive health damage to us from it. Honestly, the 28 deaths of children is the bad ones here. That's from people leaving or whatever, I believe, or abandoning the joint. Orphanages or... What do you do, you know? And we try and knock down their alcohol preference with their little turds so they all go up anyways, you know? It's like, great, thanks guys. Honestly, that doesn't look like too bad of a spread. I'd like them not to come out being drunk, so that'd be great. Let's leave it like that, I think. There's really no way to tell how many orphans you have. They just overwhelm the damn place no matter what. It tries to staff it, I think, at the full staffing level is what it tries to bring in. Now I wonder if you were to decrease this to say 20 and just leave it there, would this number go down over time? The problem is they're always full. No matter what you do, it's always overflowing. Never can get enough people in there to handle it, as far as I know. But even when it's like you fully staffed it, it'll come and be like, oh yeah, now we can staff it so that there's 30 people here. We have this many kids in here. Problem is, it staffs it always as 30 as far as the number of children. You never have 30 people in here for any length of time. You have 29, 29, 29, 29, 29. And there's always 10 or 15 that are out here struggling in the streets. And that's why you get so many unhappiness modifiers from it, with the death of child and stuff, I think. So... And that does seem to be keeping up quite well and serving quite a few people, so... Same here. Theater. That's more culture and booze. As soon as they get done shopping in here, they can go get their culture and booze, I guess. Maybe we need to do the same thing down here, huh? The kindergarten to solve all kindergartens right there. Probably have room right here for it. Just a free construction yard. It can go where the hell it wants. Doesn't need to even be here. Stick it down here somewhere. That, get rid of that. Makes you want to wish you didn't cap the end of that. Oh well. These 706s. We haven't even looked at them yet. We'd probably look at them sometime. Hey, the tank finally got its paved path. I knew we'd get there eventually. We're in our little cafe. You've got two right here. We don't need any more. I don't think. Let's see. How is tourism looking as far as our rating? 4.6. Nobody died. Only 94 ended prematurely. A few more Western ones. They don't have quite as good of a trip score, interestingly enough. Alright, wanted to see how we doing here. Okay. That brought in a lot of tourists. Oh, okay. But stop 2, they don't think they're needed. Well, let me help you with something here. Okay. Now we're doing it the proper way. I was wondering if we're going to have to do that. Oh, now I got to do it on the line, though, don't we? We get in. At the airport terminal, yes. Unload there. Yep, that looks fine. Yep. 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 Okay, cool. Oops. Messed up the line, didn't put it on there right. Oh well. Anyways, we should be getting some people out of here now, though. Yeah, 36 to it. Perfect. Star 666660. Since you can't tell tourists where to go necessarily, you can't tell them to go get on another form of transportation, though, so. don't think we want workers going down on these things. They don't need to use those. They just get mixed up and go to the wrong places where I don't want them to when they use them. Mostly they waste their day instead of going to a workplace. They go stand at a station for an hour and they're like, oh, I can't find a place to work. Like, well, yeah, you should have been standing over here where we're asking for workers actively the whole time. We're here. Why didn't you shut them out? That's weird. The end station there. So I put in this rail end station just because I noticed the trains were getting beat up. And then we put this guy next to it, which is just a little vehicle repair station, so it can hit up the trains when they're parked in here and fix them up. Like, ooh, trains are getting beat up and we're not repairing them. That's not good. All right, looks like this is done. So I could turn the settings back up here now that we're not. There we go. Now that we're not looking for things on the ground that we can't see because of high settings, make it at least look somewhat pretty, right? Started these yet, have they? Oh, they have. Never mind. They're working on it. Takes a while. Like 4,000 work days for each of those roads. So it's gonna take them a minute. That's okay. If you're wondering why am I building those roads in asphalt, because I want to. As is the correct answer for any of those questions. Is it optimal? No. Do I care? No. Am I going to change it? No. Yeah, that gives me a little space there in between them. Should be okay. This one will be a little weird. I'm not even sure if it's worth it to do small fields in here. We'll do the one medium. The rest of them I'm not going to worry about. tighter spacing on this one. And we got services in there. We're not going to need one in there. Okay, I think I can get all that done. And those roads too, why not? Same thing here. Just go along and not connect them for these, and then once that main road down the middle is done, we can connect all these up and finish all the road construction through here. It's going to be a lot, like I said. I figured it would be. How many is that? 4, 8, 12, 16, 18, 20. Well, maybe one more set across here will be enough for now. Now, yes, the chemicals industry won't use that much of these crops, but what will is like clothing and stuff when we get into that too. But we still got to remember we got that to sort through as well. And that takes a bunch of crops, and our food supply is going to keep getting more and more and more and more as we get more and more people. So, and I hate it when I hit that button. It's like, yep, you wanted to go over here, didn't you? Sure. I absolutely did. Thank you, Dan. So glad you knew what I wanted there and you did it for me. Even spun the viewport around so I couldn't figure out where I was. It's great. We can probably get a couple more in here. Not that. In there. And one like that. half about. Okay, cool. That'll work. Close enough. We're going with it. We're calling it good. Let me just make sure that's all asphalt pathways. Okay. Fantastic. Yeah, it seems like they're getting a good amount of guests in there. That's good. All right. Well, been going almost 4 hours now, so I'm gonna get up and grab a drink here, go for a stretch break, and just get up and move around for about 10 minutes. So give me about 10-15 minutes, get some drinks and stuff, and I will be back. We'll go ahead and find somebody that's working on these roads out here to keep us entertained while we're gone, and follow them around. Here we go. We will follow the old Pete truck here. We'll let him drive you around town and give you a tour. Be back in a few minutes. Oh, righty, I'm back. That's why I had the grass textures turned down, because they tend to get in the way of things that look ugly. So anyways, what do we have happen? We had a fire, another vehicle, more people being unhappy, which we knew about, another bus. Cool. And they're still working on all these roads out here, I'm sure. Yep, we got some pavers on a few of them now, it looks like. Almost done with the gravel one on this one. Okay. And this one here as well. No workers on that. More SKD trucks that are available, apparently. Right, should get all those tracks built there. Okay. And we need some water, power, sewage, all that stuff out here as well. This is almost done, so we almost are ready to put some alcohol in there as well. Have to click the button again so it recalculates the route because it just got done. Okay, so there's that one. A nice little cafe there for him to get more alcohol in. Make sure that's all getting done. I think that is good for now for all that stuff. Plenty of meat workers now. That's good. This, we need to get a train running fertilizer out here. And we need to get some fuel and some fertilizer. So let's set those before we start delivering. And then we'll tell our old friend over here to please bring the things out there. Okay. Let's set up a train delivering waste. Speed-wise, we're still looking at steam trains. Are still the kings of that for sure. Let's go with the diesel, maybe. We don't have too many diesels. Go with a TE7 or a TE1. Oh, okay. Well, that's a new one. Make sure that, yeah, we had a couple prosecutions didn't happen this year. That's not greatest, huh? So, what's that mean? We need more courts. I like how long it took to tell us that the court was overwhelmed. Now you could build a Metropolitan Criminal Courthouse here. I think it's insanely big. Or we've got the Ziggurat Courthouse here as well. I think we'll just build another one just like the one we got here. I probably don't want to go this way anymore. We're getting kind of close to our wells over there. Let's see where we can put this guy that we have workers at. I'm guessing maybe down this way. Garbage can behind it. And some paths to connect it up. Road. Let's get this done. And these done right away. And that done right away. Okay. I'll start working on that, and that should help with the crime stat there that we have 51,901 occurrences of apparently. And they're kicking down pretty hard, aren't they, on it? Still complain about pubs and taverns, sports, and culture. Forgot to signal this. Okay, now you should go. See, this is the thing that's annoying. It's like these buildings are too big or something because they're at 100% on all their needs. Like if you look through most of them, you won't find anybody that has any needs unmet. Well, this guy didn't get alcohol, I guess, but most of them have their needs met, but they're still at 35%, 7%, 19%. 23%, you know, like it's ridiculous how low they are for having all their needs full all the time. And we never did start working on this either. Oops. Let's see. Which one was it that we were gonna do? This one? Yeah. So this one here we can get rid of. And we can get rid of this sewer pipe. Bye-bye. Go ahead and grab another one, bring it over. Do about here. You have to stop being so finicky. Okay. We'll let him build that up. Are you okay, guys? There we go. Okay. They were having a moment there. That means we can get rid of this guy too. Let's see, how is that helping now? How are we doing over here? Okay, that's moved back quite a bit actually, so that's good. Looks like it runs out on there where we want it to. That's fine. Cool. Looks like food production's been picking up pretty nicely. That's good. Alcohol's looking good. So that's helpful. I think the next thing we want to do, though, is we're going to start over here building another town. Or more residential, I guess you could say. Because we've got all this we need to do. And I need to move everybody out of these buildings. So first thing we're going to do is just untick this. We're just not going to let anybody move back into them. There's just too much people in there, basically. They've got more than enough services. They just can't use them. So what this one's going to be gauged off of is how far they can walk from here. Because I want to be able to get to this station. Which is probably not all the way up there, that's for damn sure. But let us see. What housing do we want to use? was thinking of maybe going with the ziggurat buildings. Let's see what we've got to work with, right, on them. Interesting enough, there is a rail station for them. Yeah, I was thinking if you did something like that, you have yourself a fairly dense residential block there, 4,800, right? Not what that would be? 3,600. No wonder, though. I think these would be better even, though. We're going to pass on both sides of them. Let's see, if we went up to, like, here. Nope. So that would be the farthest away you could get. Well, the arch don't seem to be very useful if you can't run a footpath through it, does it? Alright, so you have corner pieces. Alright, let's make a little piece palette out here. So you got a corner piece. We've got the 40 meter house here. We've got cross pieces here, residential cross pieces. And we've got a shopping center and a pub. We can clear this out and actually see what we've got going here. Well, we do know this should be about the end of it. So with that being said, I think we probably go right here and just go ahead and remove this and go here. Bring this out across somewhere to there. We'll go ahead and say that that's our road. They do build like champs once they're there. And we'll do double here and a double here. There we go. Now this guy should be able to get over there. Let's see, where's he going? Yeah. Yep, he's gonna go and build straight across on that one. Cool. Okay, back to residential planning. But what I think we should do is probably have this like around the outside the houses here, with occasional gaps in them somewhere. We could do like a corner piece here. And then this needs to go up that way. We might as well get that started so they can get it all built while we're dinking around in here with other things. I think there's a 20 meter, isn't there? Big ass cross one. But what I was thinking is then we can have like one of these big ass crosses in the middle. Maybe not this, maybe kindergartens or something else, but yeah, there's 20 meter. Okay, we'll put you over here too. We got the 20, the corner, And the 40. Let's get rid of the rest of these out of here. Worry about the rest of the pieces in a little bit. Actually, we don't need that 20 meter, do we? Let me fix the footpath and start it again. Okay. So that would allow this to be along here. Like so. Somewhere out that way. Okay. We got this little end piece here. This is 2, 4, 6. What were these guys again? $250. So that's 1,100 right there. Nice. Go like that. Or one bigger. We come out here with it. Yeah, I think we go like that. Okay. Yeah, I think that looks okay. And let's find some end pieces here. Probably like that. That way you can have your pathways here and here. Yeah. Maybe. What about, though, if we were to go... Yeah, there's a radio station, too. Yeah, that one's interesting because if you took and went with the Oh, okay. I bet they run over that, don't they? They can run in and out of one side and into the other, I bet of that. That makes it even more interesting. That wouldn't necessarily fit. It's a bit too short, but stupid tooltip, get the hell out of my way. I think if you had a bisecting road like that, that would look pretty cool. So we'll get rid of this. This up to there. This here. Move this down to maybe here. Take out that section. And that's a bit big then, so maybe we go forgot control. Thing is, whenever it does that, if there's any vehicles on it, it gets rid of them. So not holding control kind of screws you up. Push the road over one more, or do we not worry about it? Let's not worry about it. I like where it's here. Overlap those a bit too much. Yeah, we did. Okay. It's just that much bigger than it looks. Oh, okay, I see. Never mind. It was fine the first time. We got a little kindergarten that has $250. So if we put one on the other end, we'd probably be fine with kindergartens if we did one there too. Could even put one there too. We got a hospital, kindergarten. These are honestly pretty great. You can go anywhere and just go right over the top of them. What we got? Any microbus? Universities are all big. I think the department store would be what we'll do in the middle here somewhere. Clean this up a bit. How's this all coming? Are you guys like making any progress yet? A little bit. Where were you going? But we don't steal all the workers for roads. That'd be fine, thank you. We'll let the mechanisms do their job. We've got plenty of rollers and pavers to work on it. Let's let them do their thing, okay? And somehow that one got separated. Here you go. You have a much longer job now. Have fun with it. Okay. Oh, see, they're getting it done. See, this one's almost done. He's at the rolling stage, isn't he? Yeah, once that roller gets all the way down to that other end, they should be done. Poor bastard. I'm gonna see if we have anything that's causing major issues. I don't think so. Happiness is actually, I think, trending up slightly now. Anyway, back to this. Hospital, small kindergarten. There's small kindergarten. School. That should work. One little block there. Okay. That's the fire station. Orphanage. I mean, we might as well. That we can get rid of. Although I think in the center here, what I want to do is if we had like one of these center buildings like this, right? And then we had, say, just anything that's like an end piece, I guess, right? I don't think that's going to fit in there. I think we're too narrow. Now we'll just do one that runs this way down the middle, I think. That E28, huh? That might be worth looking at. Let's see. Oh yeah, we never did we'll get our cars for this, did we? Oops. Hold on. Before I get distracted again. Yeah, it's gotta quit letting me do that. We need something that'll haul waste. There we go, biological waste. Total capacity though. Want the biggest waste hauler we can get. $27 tons, okay. Looks like that's it. I really wish cargo cars could be sorted into like their hauling ability. Like you'd be like, oh, open cargo car, or waste cargo car, or whatever. But that's okay. These are 10 meters long. Klagenfurt Omus are the ones we're looking for. Did we even buy that train? No, I don't think we ever did. Okay. Doesn't necessarily need to be super fast, just needs to be fast enough that it's not holding up everything else. This is for like super long trains. You can go with the CME too. Sure, why not? Okay. Let's go here and buy it cars then. Oh, how long was that again? Whoops. How long are you? 13 meters. Perfect. And these are 10, so we want to go, I don't know, how long is that? It's this station here. Iron 13, so 10 cars. Awesome. Because that guy's 13, so. Alright, you come back here, load all the vehicles, unload that, and I'm gonna go here. Oh, you're not gonna do it because you're already going there. Fine. Look at him go. Okay. Now you can add that stop on there. He'll run and get cars now. Then we can have him start loading up this thing. What's this? Whoops. Well, at least we noticed that now. That could have been a mistake. Let's grab a transformer here somewhere then. No, I guess substation is the correct terminology, not transformer. Where do we want it? Towards this side? Towards this side. Ah, this side's fine. Which means that it's just being done if it does that. No actual infrastructure in the way there. That'll work. This next one might have a little bit of trouble getting out of there, but that's fine. Let's turn priority on that up. So we decide this one goes like this way instead, maybe. Right down the center like this. Residential, a house, small kindergarten, a secret police end. You need to have a road that's a ways away. Okay. And you could stack it on top of something else, I guess, to make it look okay. Or the police station. Or the fountain, which just looks nice. You know, you just have it looking nice. Or this little tiny residential piece that has like, what, 24 people in it. Let's do something like that. What do you think? I kind of like that. Now we just got to figure out how this works with the road cargo station, right? They don't have any other inputs. So I'm wondering, I bet since they have no collision, what you do is we grab our cargo station here. You give it like 20 feet here or something like that. For 20 meters. So there's one like the 20 meter is the only one that fits in there. Right. if you do this, will it let you actually build these underneath it is what I'm wondering. No, it won't because building's in the way, but you weren't in the way. I think that's how you're supposed to do it, honestly. And you have this little guy for housing next to it. A couple of ones on the ends here, whatever. You got the department store in the middle, which is definitely going to need to be connected up all these ways as well. But, and then we have our road that comes into this thing. Probably on both sides. Alright, I like how it's kind of coming together here. Kind of coming together. So that gives us a store then. We've got a fire station, an orphanage, a hospital that needs to be connected to the road still. Yeah. Fix that before we get too far ahead of ourselves here. And it's going to do that stupid thing where it doesn't leave a friggin' node. 20-meter connection. Leave a goddamn node, would you? Okay. Let back just a little bit there. Okay, I think we're starting to get something of a basic layout here. Well, that's that small residential end piece. We're going to get rid of that one. What else do we need right here? You have this theater guy. That wouldn't be too bad. And then we could cap off with another small residential there. And then the road goes through right here. always connect goofy across roads. It's just kind of the way it works, I guess. Alright, and we got this. I think we like that end section. There's connections on the external and internal for all the things. We got all the stuff inside of it. Now you just have to wait for him to get in there and build it all. Don't worry. It will not take them more longer than forever. Go. That way that's all in one node there and it's not all spread out everywhere. It'll make it a little easier to build it all. Okay. What other type of end pieces do we have? Yeah, you had a police station that could go on the end, huh? And the fountain is a monument, so we could put that here, I think. Usually hearing trains honking is not a good thing, but maybe we're okay. Can you not build this? Oh, there he is. He just hasn't got here yet. Okay. That's the dumb thing. The connection absolutely does exist because you can come backwards down this track and right through here and get to it. Oh, it's this signal right here, isn't it? Maybe that's it. Ah. Forgot to make these double. There it goes. Now I figured it out. Okay. Oh, finally got another road done. Yay, good job, guys. Right, you hate it when they do this. Don't know why that gets unselected. It happened a couple times now. Don't know if I copied it wrong or what, but it's happened several times now where they just like, nah, we're not going to dump the mixed waste there. Alright, anyways, has he gotten back with cars yet? He did, cool. These are not the right ones. These are them. Right? Yes. Could be all of them. Funny thing, we look in the economy here under the current prices. Fertilizer is cheaper than biological waste. And it's $148 a ton to buy. Fertilizer is only like 0.52. So if you're buying it and you don't need to have it mixed like this one over here does, it's better just to buy it straight out. All right. And then set this guy to only have fertilizer, and you should be good to go. Well, make sure you click the little start flag on the train too. And here comes the fun part though. Watch when he gets over here. Dude will be chilling there for a while. Not exactly the fastest load and stuff. He only needs to make one trip about every few years once we get this going. It does not go away very quick, so. Yeah, your little fountains there and road access there for it. All right, what do we want to do on this end then? Probably just straight up more residential, huh? Might need a secret police, actually, now that I think about it. We haven't gotten one of those in quite a while. There's like one at the very far end, other end of town. Okay, I think I like that area so far. What else do we need over here? Well, we need water, of course. That one shouldn't be too hard, though. Get power and water kind of figured out. Maybe some sewage in here, too. Kind of what these bigger areas are for. Maybe up in here would be a good place for that. Yeah, I know. We're building a new court. What do you want us to do about it? Go in this corner with this stuff. Seems like a pretty good spot for that. Where did we put in that second court at? Is it up here? There it is. Oh, well, that's not very helpful. We don't have anything going on for it. Okay. My bad. Let's get an overlay of water flow because I have no idea how we're looking over here. You can probably go over here with that one and it'll be okay, but I don't think we want to feed this area off of the same setup here. Alright, power-wise. We have a couple more here we could pull from, or we could take from down here as well. Let's leave this because it's a cleaner connection for when we want to end up using it for chemical plants down there. Apparently we had to go fairly deep to get under nothing there, so that's kind of funny. Not do that, please. There we go. I'm gonna say roughly about there is probably where we want to be. I'll crush that. That one looks fine. Go clean, build it. Alright, and then sewer is going to be a long run probably. Ever get that other long run done? Oh, they're still working on it. Ain't done yet though. I don't need to use that, and then this guy can go right in there. Oh, maybe. Back it up just a little bit here. There we go. It's not gonna let me join him. Okay, fine. Yeah, everyone's too far built along, I guess, for it to let me join him right now. Okay. Sewage go. Oh, we missed it. It was right there. Okay. Batch suspend. Get rid of the stupid note I put in there. Batch start. Thank you. Okay. I don't think there's any difference between these two, but just a different model. This one should be fine running in here. We're going to connect this one up to the other thing there in a minute. Once this is all built, we're going to cut this here and connect it here. So, at least depending on pollution. We still haven't looked at pollution in a while, so that might be fine. But we definitely don't want to push it over here to where we're building. Alright, what else do we need out here? Got the school, got the kindergarten, got the orphanage, got the fire station, got the hospital. I mean, we could put in an accounting office, I guess, if we wanted to. but I don't see much reason to. Oh, I know what we want. What on the other side of this is the pub, right? So we got the big old department store, and then we want a pub next to this guy too, probably, huh? Like this one we have over here. I want to like do that sometime this century. That'd be great. No, no road pub. And that takes care of El Pubo. We already put a theater in down here, right? Somewhere. Maybe we didn't. Oh, there it is. Okay, theater. Oh, that's here where they're talking about that. Okay. I love how it did such a good job of informing me about this when I said notify me when the caseload is excessive. So that was literally on this one. And it's like, yep, 303 expired this year. That means it's excessive. So it's literally just waited until it was absolutely unable to cope, and then it's like, oh, by the way, it's overloaded. Like, not close to overloaded. No, absolutely never going to recover. 300 too many cases. I don't know why these guys don't get their shit together and get in there too. They're starting to get too high in criminality too. So they're gonna have to rot for a few years in there. Well, hopefully they can catch back up here once this one gets, you know, water and garbage and all that sorted out. Trying to get this stuff done. It's really kind of important that this all gets done, you know. I am liking the ziggurat complex we got going, though. I think this will be really cool once we get it all done. If we look from here, where can you reach to? So that's 333 there. Yeah, this should work where they can get all the way down to this end here. I think we'll call like this the end of the block, maybe. If we cap this one off with a, you know, one of these guys here. And then we can run these guys down like this. More housing all the way around. We don't need a road over there. Where files that one under? I want to say they're all under like large or something here, but let's go in here. Search for this little end piece here. We can just slap that bad boy right on there. Except we don't want those roads in there, do we? That, and then we gotta fix the road because, you know. Oh, good, it didn't make me fix it. Okay. We put another one there too. Stop it. Geez, I wonder why. You guys only added a couple cases to it. Absolutely barely anybody using any of that. Same here. I'm gonna bump that down to something a little more reasonable like that. Right about like that, it'd be way better. Same here. Too many people working in there. Schools, I was fine. They were overwhelmed as all get out, so I really don't care if they have a few too many teachers in them. Speaking of which, did you ever get this done? No, didn't get this done ever. Okay, what's going on with that then? Oh, these signals aren't right. Gotcha. There you go. There you go. Now you can get in there, right? Should be able to. Give it a minute until its cow tick happens here. There it goes. Okay. Alright, well, I'm gonna pop up and have a stretch here and walk around for a few minutes. So give me a couple minutes here and I'll be back. Grabbing their drink and a couple other things, you know. Let's go and follow one of the food trucks around maybe for a bit here. Anyways, give me a few minutes. I'll be back. Alrighty, I'm back. Court's still overwhelmed. Yep, we know that. Oh, train is waiting too long because it got stuck probably. We'll go back home. Let the other one finish this and then we'll be done constructing that little bit at least. How are these doing since we turned off moving in new people? They've lost a few hundred, so that's good. And happiness will hopefully start picking up in them, as they don't have quite so many people in them. We'll just have to let it see how it's going. Notice everybody in here is going to be fairly high aged. We'll have to watch that doesn't cause like an employment spiral though for us, where we run out of people working everywhere. We had a few expired this year, but I think it should pick up. I mean, there's not enough staff here. It's a thing. Set those over here. Yes, it does do it. Okay. Yeah, these are ticking way faster now. This is probably getting pretty bad though. Yeah, I thought so. Bring that down. Probably need another prison somewhere. Let's see. It's fairly small. That's a big one. I think right there should work for a prison. Yeah, let's go with it right here. Couple blocks of housing nearby, close enough. A lot of work needs to go into that boy though. Connected up there and probably over here somewhere. high prio so they get done soonish. Right? And how's all these coming? Slowly but surely they're getting there, right? Oh, you shouldn't have any workers on you. The reason I built them like this is these trucks have to travel very less far to dump stuff, so they go to here and then dump the gravel. I had to do a little price gouging on the hotels to get some of the guests out of them. Okay, that should be almost fixed now. How's this coming? Okay, that's finally done. Good. This is just such a long pipe, it's going to take forever to get there. Where did you get a 2.3-year sentence, I wonder? Must have been a real bad boy. Level that out a bit more for him. I forget to rename this thing. I think I did. It was some Holla, so it's this one here, yeah. Mate. And other things that were going on, the technical office over here somewhere. Here. Did everybody get their loads emptied out of here? Okay, good. And now that that's actually functioning, how's this? Just fine, perfect. How's this? Not bad. This here isn't totally full, that's good. This here is pretty well, pretty good. And they're burning away, cool. How's the ash piles? About half full. Here's a new one. What's going on here, guys? Why are you mad? Oh, your quality of flats is pretty rough. It's probably a good part of it. Being reconstructed. We're running into this again. What this is, you have a bunch of stuff being reconstructed, right? One of them is not getting to it. So like this one. Looks like it's the dumpers are not getting to it. Probably because they're working on so many different things right now that they can't get to any of those reconstructions, and they're not being added to their list even. And then what happens is this is getting frozen, and then the other jobs are not getting done because it's frozen on not getting to the ones that other things are waiting to use to send things to. There's one road done. Probably the best solution to it is actually to build another dumper's office, I guess. Shut up. Somewhere. This should be doing much better, though. The sewer's messed up still, but they have power and water now, so this should be going along much better now. This pipe's taking forever. Looks like it's mostly because they're waiting for gravel. Now let's see if we can figure out somewhere else to put another dumper office. One of these huge ones probably is the best bet. Let's see. Footpath's gonna mess it up. Let's get rid of that little tiny pit there. There we go. And we'll just wait on that extra road until we have a bit better of a state going on. See, that's the thing. The buses aren't even assigned to this for some reason. I'm guessing they probably have too many jobs and it just won't add any more to their queue. Can you not work on yourself, I wonder? That's one I didn't know about. Well, that's fine. We'll just do a freebie one here. You can go right over here. There. We'll just let that one sit there and run on, Alright, looks like they cleaned up their case log. Did you guys get yours pretty much cleaned up too? Yes. This is overflowing with prisoners now, though, so... Yeah, we need this done now. Thankfully, this doesn't need too much material, so it should be fairly quick. That should be all the bricks. And we just need some steel, and then a couple of, you know, buses full of people. Yeah, see, we got people here now. Okay. I don't know how that affects the buses being in reconstruction like that, but I'm assuming it makes them not work as well. Maybe it's the number of jobs they can do at once. We forgot to send this guy home, didn't we? Oh God, what happened here? Oh look, he finally filled up. Yeah, this just can mix up by itself there. You get too much traffic going through there, it'll plug up because we don't have enough spacing between the signals, but it's fine for now. But yeah, what's going on with our dumpers is we basically got all of our dumpers are plugged up, sitting on roads with papers is I think what's happening, so. Okay, we got the trains cleaned up. Where's the construction train? Did he make it back home okay? Looks like it. Yeah, neither of them are confused, so they should be okay. What else we got going on here? Fire extinguished, fires on building. Yep, okay, fine. Okay, this is done now. And these guys should be just focusing on reconstructions now, so they're going to go around and just start delivering people where we need them. That guy with the boards. This guy's got the steel. He's probably way over here because we still got to get that from the customs office. So steel still is a thing that we don't just get automatically. Looks like the inflation of electronics has started pretty hard right now. Yeah, clothing and electronics were two of our major ones. Fuel's another major one. Chemicals is another major one. But yeah. I wish you could say, click on this and go to where those citizens are that they're not getting service so you could see what was going on, but there's really no good way to do it. So you just kind of got to guess where they're shopping at or whatever. How's this looking? Well, we had a few come out. That's good. This guy's on his last sentence of time, so he'll be going out soon. Yeah, there's quite a few that are on their last day. Okay. This is now done. Get gravel from over here. Asphalt from here. That's all you need. Assignment-wise, yeah, you're buying just anything. You need fuel. Just this guy here. These are 12 tons to 95 kilometers an hour. I don't think we have anything that eats that at all, so but let's take a look. Nope, nothing even close yet. Workshop waste? 13 tons, 54 kilometers an hour, yeah. Okay. So, here we go. Time to break the bank again. And that was a whopping 770,000 worth of vehicles. Shall we join the convoy? You got a bit of a drive to get there. Now, unfortunately, this isn't a paved road, so they're limited to 60 kilometers an hour. They could do 95 if it was paved, but it's not, so. I do love the fact you can actually see the buildings in the distance, so that's kind of cool. As they drive down, they just slowly materialize out of the distance there with little shimmers on them as they get the heat waves on them. Moire effect. Now they're going to get into town and just absolutely plug up traffic like nobody's business trying to get to their construction office. That's just the way it is. Eventually we'll probably reconfigure it all. The construction offices and stuff and where we've got them and how they're all set up so they can work maybe better as far as traffic goes, but yeah, there's a convoy for you. All 32 of them bombing in. Mostly they just try and go like right through the center strip here, basically is where they're going to go. It's going to be a mess. They got the concrete delivered. Like I said, there's just too many parked on roads right now, everywhere. Because they'll be on roads with a paver, just sitting there. We only had what, 16, I guess, or is it 20? No, we only had 16 of them. So yeah, taking asphalt to a road. Dumping asphalt at a road. Dumping asphalt at a road. You know, so that's basically all they're doing here is, you know, sitting on roads. So. Wow. How did you guys do that without causing an absolute traffic jam? I am impressed. But they should be able to get on to tasks now and get things done. Okay, well, you kind of messed up at this part, but we'll let you have it. There wasn't enough gas there, so they're gonna run over to the gas station now and fill up, I guess. Alright, citizen happiness, too low still here. I think that's higher than it was. This one's down by almost 1,000 people there. But that should make it so they have less stress on the services, is the idea, right? Okay. Courthouses are not overwhelmed anymore. Prison is okay-ish. And we've got a couple that are like 32. That's not good because he's going out right now. God, his criminality must have been super high. And 26. You've got 4 more years of your sentence or whatever. 4 more days to tick down. So At the end of this one, you should be 23 or so. We'll see. Now, with the amount of people this one holds, actually, we may close down the other one. Like, if we look at it here, this one holds 270 prisoners maximum. This one holds 120, I believe, wasn't it? Yeah. So we'll probably close this one down. Alright, fertilizer's full. Next trip he makes should be out here. He should be all filled up. This has got so long to do still, though. There's a little one. This one's almost done. This one's being rolled out. This one is done. Okay, that one's done. So let's grab this and connect it up. I don't know if we're worried about the end ones right now. Had to start them to get it to let me push nodes together so we can make them so they're not massive amounts of jobs. Now we can start the whole thing. As I talk about not having enough vehicles to do the jobs we have, I add more jobs, because why wouldn't you, right? I'm not adding any more buses here, even though we got lots of space, because there's not enough people waiting here to work right now. So we kind of have to just let them sit there, pick them up. And we do have 2,500 people that could move in somewhere that don't have a flat right now, which is kind of nuts, honestly. I would bet if you look at our escapes, they are just absolutely off the handle here. Yeah, 559 escapes because they didn't have anywhere to live, probably, and 411 deaths is not that great. Health is fine. It's just mostly getting them to the couple problems we have with crime and such is kind of pushing it around. And then these two big buildings are just not doing us any favors. The hotels are fine. They're only like requiring like, 80 workers or whatever, but these 4,000 buildings are just not it. They're just not it. Okay, if we look at this guy here, looks like he's basically finishing up all the reconstructions now. So that should clear up some of the other ones that were plugged up by him. Like these guys here. These are repair trucks, what they're doing there. They're fixing these guys up. That should mean that if we're running out of things, looks like this pipe got done. That's good. What else was being done here that's not... I mean, all the roads, obviously, but... So we wanted to sever this outer one here. Yep. This one here. Gonna make some people sick. They're not gonna like it. But with that last one moved, that should bring the pollution down to a reasonable level where it's not going to push into any of our residentials, right, that we're going to build. You can see how many trucks we needed. They're parked everywhere. Not only out here. Each footpath segment needs a truck because we're doing asphalt on all of them, so... I guess 98%, he's still got 100 work days to go. Alright, so we had 238,000 in imports. Let's take a look at what all that was, right? Last month. Well, electronics hit us big. Fuel's nasty too. Chemicals. The bitumen for all the asphalt apparently was very expensive. Clothes, power, steel, food. Somehow we didn't have enough food. That's because we're pulling too many workers out to do construction projects, and this probably isn't working very fast now. Yeah, it's not too bad. We got 870 in there. We got an A1 tower crane. That might be something to be excited about, right? Let's see. Go over here. A1 tower crane. Quite a bit better than the other ones we had. Now with tower cranes, the only thing they really do is speed up your workers. So, if you notice that, you know, so they're really good on jobs that only have like 1 or 2 slots for mechanisms. Like a lot of these guys, they're picking in road cranes too. So like this guy's sitting here being a road crane, he's doing speed of 26. Now, to be fair, that's fine because there's not enough people here to actually matter. For it to matter, we'd have to get above 45, 26, and 26. So, yeah, whatever that number is. It's 52 plus 45, 97. So, as long as we're under 97 workers here, they're going as fast as they can. Not until you get above that number that you actually have problems with it. But we have hit 59. It is January of 59. So, all of a sudden we got things, right? Could do waste separation, plastic recycling. I think I want to start on energy from waste though, right? It's the first one I want to do. Reason I don't want to do the separation of waste yet, this is our current waste separation. 3 very small, very tiny storages that do nothing. So we may want to improve that a bit before we do the waste separation, right? Well, this one's done now. Stupid thing. I hate it when it does that. I don't know why it does too. It'll be like, nah, we didn't put a node on this corner for abso-fucking-lutely no reason. So we decided to put one in a crooked spot instead. And there's none anywhere near there, so I don't know why it does it. You end up with a crooked intersection, hating your life. But it does mean we can start all those. You've got a ways to go. You're done, though. Oops. Didn't want to split that one. Oh, well. It's done now. Alright, get all this done, please. Not quite done there. Not quite done there. Not done there. Not done here. Alright, cool. We'll let them keep cooking. And you see, though, these numbers are getting smaller, which is important. Like, if we can get those down enough so they stop being so damn unhappy, it will probably help. So what would probably help here is if we move this footpath a little bit. That was just there for them to get back there to build this gravel area. Can we... We did that. Then this can get prefabs and bricks out of here instead, and it'll load much faster. You see, it's not the amount here that's holding it up or anything. It's not the loading bays. It's just how slow they load. It's just not fast enough. These load faster, so... that should help with that. Now, they usually don't come that way. because they go through here and up here and then come out. So they usually aren't coming from this direction, they're coming from this direction. This is fine because they're turning in here, not so they don't stop, but apparently they are building this thing. One of them, at least. No, starting on the hospital. Oh, because they had the road connection, that's why. You know, I'd rather that we had the power and everything hooked up before they did that, but okay. Did we get a wire in for that? No, not yet. Let's map a wire in there first. It's funky when you want it to break away from one that you had it next to. It's weird. Beautiful. Train wagon, another tower crane. We'll let them kind of finish up some of these interior footpaths first. See, that's the thing, like, you noticed before, we had no problems, right, up here? Now, all of a sudden, there's 300 people with problems. It's like one building piles up, and then they all just go to that same building, and then 900 people are like, oh, I can't get food. So that's I think the problem with these big buildings and what's going on with them. It's just not helpful at all. But I think once we get these built over here, we should be able to stuff it and get rid of it. Water-wise, I think it's time that we built a new water station. Got this old pump running. Oh, how did that happen? We have a fire station out here? I could have swore we did. Well, I guess we're building that again. I guess we didn't have a fire station out here. Where is the nearest one? Back in here, probably? should have been able to get there. No deaths, no vehicles lost, so they never got there. And build that back up. Slightly annoying. Yeah, they must have got stuck in traffic because that shouldn't be... I guess that is quite a ways, so... But we have workers being output here, so we can throw one in right here somewhere. I think we'll go with the 3-vehicle one out here. Should be more than enough. Don't even need to do that. Alright, we have researched things. Go gas power now too. Well, what are we going to do with things? Well, let's take a look. So you can get 660 megawatt hours power out of it. Basically, it should go right here. How we feed it onto the grid, though, would be another matter entirely, because that's going to be up here. I think is where we put in the cryo switch, didn't we? Or did we not? Oh, it's over here. Okay. Right here. Would mean moving this entire thing. If we did that way. The other way would just be destroy these incinerators. Right, let's move this guy over here for a second. Just so we can get the vehicles out of there. Oh, never mind. Can't build anymore because they've got too many of them. Okay, fine. Okay, we can do one of these. Cool. Over there. Okay, problem solved. There's a little chunk of road there. Like, where the hell's it colliding? I can't see it. A little bit of road there, a little bit of road there. That's not needed then. Couldn't remember if they walked faster on dirt footpath or gravel road, but it's gravel road they walk faster on. Now it should fit in here. Oh, one more piece of road. Get rid of that. Now it should fit in here. What are we going to do about the power? Well, I'll show you. Does it tell you? Let's see, it says in megawatt hours, but it doesn't say in breaker. 11 megawatt. Okay. So the max wattage it can do is 11 megawatt, which means it's underground wire. Just to save my sanity, we're going to just go underground with it. So we can get 12 out of these guys. And it's going to be a run. Smash that. I don't think I'll fiddle with this terrain really at all, so it's fine. Okay. Reason why you want to get rid of these on wiring is otherwise you'll have those sticking out of the ground everywhere if you don't. If you don't get rid of the nodes on it when you build it. You know, the little things sticking out of the ground and you can't build over them. Okay. So this guy, we're going to tell everybody that it's a thing. You don't need this, so let's get rid of that. Mostly because I don't want to wait for him to build the road first and then have to come over here and do it. So now we can come in here and say, hey, start building that. Yep. Everybody, please. Don't really care what you do. You're all working on it. Have fun. Our waste isn't piled up at all, so we're fine. Oh, I see. So if you run it through the scrap separation first, you get 98% of the metal scrap out of it. And then you can run it through general afterwards to get the other garbage out of it, maybe. I mean, we're getting 87% now. I think I'm okay with it. With what we've got set up here, we get 87% of the separation out of it before we burn it here. Pretty good. They've almost got the first whole haul done. Like one trip over here, they almost had everything. I mean, these guys will need a little bit more, won't they? Yep. It's queuing for 2 more trucks to come by. Is why one of them had very, very little on it. There's 2 more on their way that are full loads, I bet, from somewhere. Don't know where they are, but they're heading that way. Probably these guys here. Yep. Weird that they don't have the full load of concrete, though. Okay. I don't know why you did that, but... is this running okay? There remain workers in there. Must be a little short on this bus line coming in here. That was close. That's why this guy needs to go in, though. That was way too close on that one. What did we get researched? Things. way too many people working there. Actually, let's go ahead and look at those. Fire stations always get way too many employees. They don't send out, 6 vehicles at a time. They send out like 3, right? So, or 2 maybe. And it's like, oh, why do we have 92, firefighters there? But looks like we got these ones limited, okay. Just that one wasn't for whatever reason. Okay. Let's see. Like 40 probably is enough there. This one's not built yet either, is why. That one I don't want to build yet. Let's wait on that orphanage till we got people to work it. Vehicle type, new tanker. Okay. This is almost big enough. We're going to start it up again. Okay, this got built again. Now it's going to fill back up. Take for frickin' ever to do it, but oh well. Oh, it's ticking along quite nicely. We ever get the prison done over here? We did. All right. They have absolutely 0 food, clothing, or anything else in there right now because we forgot about that. Let's grab the big one here and have them send theirs over there. And fixture storage. $90.10 seems much better. You want to do this, please? For now. 80 of those. All right. And then this guy here. Yeah, it absolutely let off everything there. Damn, 66%. You're a friggin' mastermind over there. What I love about it is you get 0.0000066%. It's like, oh, that dude should have been put away for longer. Everybody else in here looks fine, except for that one guy, so that's okay. Dear God. Have to take a little closer look at the balance sheet here in March, apparently, huh? Okay. I mean, this looks pretty good. The hell did we import so much of? Jesus, we used 300 steel. Oh, I know what it was. I bet this took an ass load of steel to rebuild, huh? I'm going to say that takes a buttload, and this probably took a buttload too. 21 tons left. Yeah, probably took a ton. And that one was 77 tons right there. Rebuilding that grain silo was bad. Hurt pretty bad. CL Matador Combine, huh? Speed 30. Well, the old commune ours at 20. And it goes 20 kilometers an hour, and these only do 12, so it is faster too. Oh, you know, gotta have that needle money to spend on something, right? Oh, that's our closest one. Never mind. Okay. We'll see them in about a year. Now we're down to just these last little ones at the end here. Not gonna bother with it. We're just gonna connect everything up. Okay. Now there is something we can do to help with that ridiculous money amount. I know, make it so that we save, so we empty this of meat, but that's fine. We'll just say that we want you guys to keep, I don't know, 20% here or something, right? Of this full. Which is, you know, a decent amount. That's like 20 tons or something. That's worth 3,000 a truck, so. And we're making it, so we should probably be selling it. Alright, this thing's there. Done. Yeah, I thought so. Oh, yeah, you need to have paths to it, right? There you go. That. Pretty sure that's all the workplaces here. Yeah. And then... just make sure that they aren't going to go there. And anywhere unspecified is fine after that. Now this here is waiting for its cable to be done still, it looks like. I forgot we built that too. 6 tons of electrical components to run this wire is probably pretty spendy too. And that should help, that should pull from the incinerator first, before everything else. And until this gets done, forgot to tell everybody to work on this. Whoops. There we go. Okay. Once I get this done and that cord done, that should help out a lot. Now we're going to take these guys. We finally got some work going on with them, right? They're basically starting to be ready to work. Oh, never mind. They're not. There's no road connections to any of these, is there? Okay. We'll wait. We'll wait until it's ready. Okay, and then this guy's gonna stop with the fertilizer now, with a half a train load just sitting here. So he'll chill here and do that. I did notice we haven't seen the old people are unhappy pop up quite so much now. Let's see if it looks any better. Kinda, sorta. I wish you could set this number instead of just saying allow citizens to move in. See, I bet these guys are dragging it down too a bunch. The adults still living with their parents because they don't got nowhere to go. Yeah, whatever. We'll work on all those. Well, you know, at this point we're looking pretty good. We got almost all the new farm expansion done. We're starting to sell meat. We hit 1959. We've got the waste incinerator to power up. We'll start bringing vehicles in here. We'll upgrade the vehicles on the other side once they get here. Let's go see where they are. They have made it a lot further than I thought they would have. They aren't here yet, but let's see if we can find them. Where are you guys? Oh, hell, they're almost here. Look at that. What a bunch of champs. There's all our upgrades for these guys over here. I think what we're going to do, though, is just grab all these and just start knocking them off. I think we want to go with like a couple more stall nets anyways, so. We'll go even with them, I think. Since we don't care about the amount of time the crops sit in the fields, it's not necessarily a worry for us that the crops are in the fields forever or whatever. So, or fully grown for longer than necessary, you know what I mean? Alright, that's 10 more of them. But the sowing machine, the sowers have a lot more to do than the harvesters, right? Like, they have to run out there, they have to sow the fields, they have to fertilize them as well, both times. Either with solid or liquid, so they definitely should do a lot more, I think. Alright. Those will be here next year. We'll leave this one alone for now. We can replace some of these and then go from there. Yeah, what else did we accomplish? Moved a poop pipe or two. Oh yeah, this is done now. Let's actually tell these guys to use it then. So instead of getting these guys from here, I'd like them from here. These guys come from there, like that. Probably could put another one here for boards too. These guys are apparently supplying the construction house, the railroad construction, I guess, with various things from up there. I knew this little one down here did that. I didn't know it had assistance. That money's looking pretty good. A lot better than it was last month. Holy crap. We're like 130,000 less than we spent on imports this month, so that's way better. Also exported a bunch of meat, so that'll help. NATO's just coming up slowly, steadily, as we have more tourists. Started getting these people to die off. They should all start croaking more and more and more as the further we get into it. Like, if we just look at their ages in here, they're very high. There's an average age here, 249.47. Lifespan 7530. Same here, 48. That should start going up. Start getting the ziggurats here all built up. Cargo station's done. Nice. We'll do that. Let them build everything but that orphanage because we want to make sure that we have it fully supplied before we open it. Yeah. That's where I think I'm going to leave it for now. At the end of April of 59. And there is a nice little overview of our Grand Republic for you guys. But as usual, I want to thank you all for watching, and I'll see you in the next. Have a good night, everybody.